history remembers moments, but sometimes a moment remembers of people. I speak of the hour when Africa was bowed and bowed, and they have literally watched hope slip through their fingers. Then those the mountains of Adwa, towering, silent, and eternal. From those heights came the warriors of Ethiopia, united and unwavering. Their unity was a wall that no empire could possibly break. With these flags in their hands and the fire of freedom burning in their souls, the most impossible thing became a reality. Adwa became more than just a battle. It became the sunrise for all those who have lost hope. A spark ignited courage, giving voice to dreams long silenced, echoing movements for dignity, justice, and self-determination. So we honored those who stood, fought, and fell. Those heroes in which their courage saved the entire Africa. Because at Adwa, they merely fought for land, but to restore hope, reclaim identity, and to declare that Africa, unbound, unbroken, and could still stand still. And with that, generations have inherited their history, a light that will never be out, and a fire that will never be extinguished.
Welcome to the Pulse of Africa, your gateway to Africa's vibrant stories, voices, and visions. Join us every Monday and Wednesday for POA in Depth, where we provide sharp analysis of pressing current affairs, keeping you informed and engaged. Tuesdays feature the Africa We Want, dedicated to the African Union's Agenda 2063, discover Africa's journey toward a prosperous and integrated future. On Thursdays, tune into El Dorado, highlighting Africa's rich natural resources and how they can drive true prosperity. Fridays bring you Roundup, where seasoned journalists discuss enduring issues shaping our continent's destiny. Saturdays showcase the editorial, offering Pulse of Africa's perspective on Africa's challenges and opportunities, and celebrate the notables, recognizing remarkable Africans making a difference. And don't forget, Sundays are for Africa Melody, honoring our culture, music, and entertainment. So tune into the Pulse of Africa and experience the vitality of our continent every day of the week. Subscribe now.
The Battle of Adwa in 1896, where Ethiopian forces defeated the Italian colonial army, is a historic symbol of African resistance and unity. It embodies the principles of Pan-Africanism, solidarity, self-determination, and collective empowerment, and continues to inspire Africans to unite and overcome colonial legacies, fostering pride and the vision of a strong, independent continent. As we celebrate the 130th anniversary of the victory of Adwa, POA English and POA Arabic will bring to you the live coverage. And I'm Gamachisa Mandida, joined by my colleagues Zelalem Ibeltal and Theodros Habelon. We would like to say thank you very much for joining us and stay tuned. Hello Zelalem and Theodros.
Hello Gamach, thank you.
Yeah, well, this great victory of Adwa is being celebrated. We began celebrating it this morning. And of course, this morning we had artillery firing in commemoration of the fighters in 1896. And we also will have, different ceremonies taking place at Adwa Victory Memorial Museum. And I hope we are going to have a very good day celebrating the beautiful victory of Adwa. So before I proceed, Zelalem, let me ask you, what was the cause of the Battle of Adwa? Because we have been celebrating Adwa victory for the last 130 years. It's not new, but I think it's important to remind our viewers why we celebrate this big event.
Exactly. For those who are listening about the victory of Adwa for the first time, it's incredibly important to say a few words about the victory of Adwa. Of course, the victory of Adwa is a decisive victory that Ethiopia gained over Italian aggressors, over Italian colonizers at the Battle of Adwa. And the Battle of Adwa was fought between the two forces, between Ethiopia and Italy, on the 1st of May 1896. So 130 years ago, Ethiopia and Italy went to war in the mountains of Adwa, which is the northern part of Ethiopia. So the cause of the Battle of Adwa is related to the Wijali Treaty, and Wijali Treaty is a historical treaty which the two countries signed, and that important historical treaty essentially defined the relationship and the partnership, the cooperation between the two countries, Ethiopia and Italy. But that treaty had one controversial and confusing article. That confusing article was Article 17. Article 17 of the Wijali Treaty had two versions, the Italic version and the Amharic version. And the Amharic version of Article 17 stated that Ethiopia could use Italy for its foreign and diplomatic relation with the rest of the world. And that version of the article fundamentally provided Ethiopia opportunity, choice to use Italy for its foreign diplomatic relation for the rest of the world. It was not mandatory, but the article gave Ethiopia a choice to use Italy. But the Italic version of Article 17 of the Wijali Treaty, stipulated that Ethiopia must use Italy for its foreign diplomatic relation. So according to that version, the Italic version of Article 17, Ethiopia was required to go through Italy in its foreign and diplomatic relations. So Ethiopia was prohibited to conduct any kind of foreign and diplomatic relation without the consent, without the will and permission of Italy. And that was a source of controversy. Why Italy wanted that version of the article is a very important question. That version, the Italic version of Article 17, in effect made Ethiopia protectorate of Italy, the colony of Italy. And Italy used that version of the article to persuade the rest of the world, in particular to convince European countries, because during the colonization of Africa, which started after Bismarck's conference of the German conference, of the Berlin conference, one of the most important principle and rule of colonization was to have effective occupation of your protectorate, of your colony. So Italy was required to make sure that it had effective occupation of Ethiopia before Ethiopia was recognized as the colony of Italy. So Italy used that version of Article 17, Italic version of Article 17, to persuade Europeans, to persuade the rest of the world that Ethiopia was its protectorate. And eventually, Ethiopia's leadership, in particular King Minilik, understood the controversial and the confusing nature of that article. And Ethiopia rejected that article, Article 17, and Ethiopia declared its sovereignty and independence. And Italy knew that, and Italy wanted to forcefully subjugate and dominate Ethiopia. And then the Battle of Adwa was fought on the 1st of March 1896, and Ethiopians with unity, determination and conviction defeated Italian aggressors at the Battle of Adwa. And that victory has multiple consequences and implications, which we will come back to elaborate on.
Thank you, Zelalem. This is, a very important point that you raised. Thank you very much. And let me come to you, Theodros.
شكرا جماتشس. مشاهدينا الكرام، طبعا اليوم إثيوبيا تحتفل بالذكرى 130 لانتصار عدوا، لكن قبل كل ذلك علينا أن نسأل سؤال مهم جدا. فدائما عندما نطرح هذا السؤال، أي دولة في إفريقيا لم تستعمر، يأتي في أذهاننا إثيوبيا. ولكن لماذا؟ هل هذا عدم الاستعمار كانت في فترة وجيزة أو كانت عبر مر العصور؟ وهذا هو طبعا موضوع حلقتنا اليوم الذي تحتفل به إثيوبيا. طبعا احتفال عدوا للذين لم يسمعوا عنه هو انتصار إثيوبيا على الإيطاليين في الحرب التي وقعت عام 1896. لكن قبل ذلك علينا أن نعلم جيدا أو نعي جيدا الخلفية التي أدت إلى هذا الصراع. طبعا إيطاليا كان هنالك اتفاق بين إثيوبيا وإيطاليا أو معاهدات تعرف بمعاهدة وجالي، وطبعا الإيطاليين أخذوا من هذه المعاهدة، وبالتحديد في المادة 17 كان منها نسختين. الإيطاليين كان لديهم مفهوم أن على إثيوبيا أن تتواصل مع الدول الخارجية عبر إيطاليا إلزاما، أما إثيوبيا في النسخة الأمهرية اللغة الإثيوبية كانت هي فقط للاستشارة، وليست كانت يعني شرطا أو إلزاما لإثيوبيا أن تخضع للأوامر الإيطالية. وطبعا كانت هنالك أيضا يعني تحركات في مؤتمر برلين. مؤتمر برلين طبعا كان يعني من أبرز يعني مخرجاته هو تقسيم الدول الإفريقية بين الدول الأوروبية. وطبعا إيطاليا كانت يعني من خلال مؤتمر برلين تريد يعني أن تحكم سيطرتها على الدول الإفريقية، لذلك كانت لديها كانت يعني لديها الرغبة في التوسع. وكان طبعا يعني من المنظور الأوروبي ينظر لإثيوبيا كأنها قلعة لم تستعمر قبل ذلك، يعني على مر العصور كانت هنالك عدة حروب وإثيوبيا يعني خرجت منها كلها منتصرة. لذلك يعني إيطاليا كانت تنظر إلى الاستعمار، إذا استعمرت إثيوبيا سوف يكون لها نفوذ يطل طبعا على البحر الأحمر وعلى باب المندب وإلى آخره، وأيضا سوف يكون لها مكانة كبيرة وشأن كبير من الناحية السياسية والاستراتيجية والاقتصادية بين الدول الأوروبية. وإيطاليا طبعا يعني كانت تخطط لغزو إثيوبيا من الشمال، دخولا من الشمال تدخل إلى العمق الإثيوبي. طبعا إيطاليا يعني كانت تخطط لهذه الحرب من فترة طويلة، وطبعا لم يكن يعني قبل حدوث الحرب كانت هنالك يعني ضوء أخضر لإيطاليا لغزو إثيوبيا، لأن كما قلت أن مؤتمر برلين كانت من أبرز مخرجاته هو يعني استعمار إثيوبيا أو استعمار إفريقيا بصورة عامة، ومن ضمنها طبعا إثيوبيا. وطبعا يعني هنالك عدة عوامل أدت يعني إلى التحركات الإيطالية لاستعمار إثيوبيا كما قلت لكي يكون لها شأن كبير في العالم وفي المجتمع الدولي، وبين أيضا أوروبا التي كانت تستعمر يعني معظم إفريقيا. ومن هنا طبعا ومن تسلسل الأحداث وصلنا يعني إلى معركة عدوا التي يعني تعتبر من أهم الوقائع في إفريقيا، التي يعني انتصرت فيها إفريقيا، ليست إثيوبيا فقط، انتصرت فيها إفريقيا على الدول الأوروبية المستعمرة.
Thank you both Zelalem and Theodore as well. Just to kind of, making a summary of what you have said. Well, Ethiopia had, a very good reason to go into that war. They didn't want it, actually. Ethiopian leaders during that time, historically, we know that they were driven into the war because of the negative interpretation of the Wujali Treaty, as you very well explained. And I can say that Ethiopians, during that time they showed defiance against colonial imperialism, and this is what really brought Ethiopians to that war. And of course, they just sacrificed their lives, and they just ensured, just their victory. And thank you. Well, we would like to inform our viewers that we'll be bringing these live coverages from different places, and for now we would like to take a brief break, and we'll be back to our viewers. Yes.
History remembers moments, but sometimes a moment remembers of people. I speak of the hour when Africa was bowed and bowed, and they have literally watched hope slip through their fingers. Then rose the mountains of Adwa, towering, silent, and eternal. From those heights came the warriors of Ethiopia, united and unwavering. Their unity was a wall that no empire could possibly break. With these flags in their hands and the fire of freedom burning in their souls, the most impossible thing became a reality. Adwa became more than just a battle. It became the sunrise for all those who have lost hope. A spark ignited courage, giving voice to dreams long silenced, echoing movements for dignity, justice, and self-determination. So we honored those who stood, fought, and fell. Those heroes in which their courage saved the entire Africa. Because at Adwa, they merely fought for land, but to restore hope, reclaim identity, and to declare that Africa, unbound, unbroken, and could still stand still. And with that, generations have inherited their history, a light that will never be out, and a fire that will never be extinguished.
If you don't tell your story, it will be told by others. They'll talk of hunger, they'll talk of war, they'll talk of conflict, but they'll not say the things that are happening in Africa that are positive.
This is POA, a very new media organization in Ethiopia.
We have to be voice for ourselves. There is no one else that can tell our story better than us.
If it's defending African matters, then go for it. Go for Pulse Media.
This is the Pulse of Africa. Tune in, follow the journey, and learn about the news and what's shaping our African continent.
I am really impressed by the work that they are doing by telling the African story from Africa for Africans. I think it's definitely needed.
Please subscribe to the Pulse of Africa on all platforms.
We're back to you, viewers. Well, Zelalem and Theodros, let's go back to what we started earlier, which is the significance of Adwa victory to Ethiopians and Africans, and of course to the global black community. Zelalem, may I start from you?
Sure. So the victory of Adwa, today we are celebrating the 130 years anniversary of the victory of Adwa. And we are celebrating this important milestone, this important historical victory, because it has enormous multiple implication and significance for Ethiopia, for Africa, and for black people across the world. We are celebrating the victory of Adwa not only to honor the past, but also to chart the future. And to chart the future, I think we need to get the lessons, important lesson from the victory of Adwa. And one of the consequences and the outcome of the victory of the Battle of Adwa was, of course, Ethiopia's independence and sovereignty. Because of the victory of Adwa, Ethiopia has been able to maintain its independence. You know, Ethiopians have never ever negotiated on the sovereignty and independence of their country. Ethiopians shed their blood for the independence and sovereignty of their country, for territorial integrity of this historical country, the oldest independent nation in Africa. So during the Battle of Adwa, Ethiopians marched from north to south, east to west, to the mountains of Adwa to preserve the sovereignty of Ethiopia. So one of the important result and outcome of the Battle of Adwa, the victory of Adwa, was that Ethiopia's sovereignty, Ethiopia's independence was preserved. That was very much important. You know, Ethiopians sacrificed their lives, their precious lives, to preserve their independence. So one of the immediate consequences of the victory of Adwa was Ethiopia's independence was preserved and maintained. The second important consequence of the victory of Adwa was that Ethiopia's unity was consolidated after the victory of Adwa. You know, Ethiopia's international recognition and reputation had also risen. For example, after the victory of Adwa, Ethiopia's leadership was able to have agreement with European countries, with Britain, France, and other countries of the world with equal status. So it's the victory of Adwa significantly consolidated and solidified Ethiopia's international status. And obviously the victory of Adwa had sparked anti-colonial movement, anti-colonial struggle across Africa. You know, 1896 was a very tough time of colonization. By the time Ethiopia gained that decisive victory over Italian aggressors and colonizers, almost with the exception of Liberia and Ethiopia, almost all African countries had fallen under European colonization. Europeans dominated African soil. African history has a long history, a difficult past, but a humble background. And during the colonization of Africa, Europeans came and dominated the entire Africa except Ethiopia and Liberia. So that important victory had sparked anti-colonial movement across Africa. After the victory of Adwa, Africans in different parts of the continent, tried to unite themselves, consolidate themselves, organize themselves, and waged kind of anti-colonial movement against their respective colonizers. So it sparked anti-colonial struggle. And, the Battle of Adwa, the victory of Adwa, is a symbol of Pan-Africanism. After the victory of Adwa, and Du Bois and Marcus Garvey and other Pan-Africanists quoted and made Ethiopia as a symbol of Pan-Africanism. Across Africa, if you see, for example, the flags of Africa, they inculcated Ethiopia's aspect. I mean, Ethiopia's flag is green, yellow, and red, and many African countries took Ethiopia's flag because they were very much inspired by Ethiopia. So even Ethiopia's flag was inculcated in many African countries' flag. So the significance of the victory of Adwa is significant and paramount, which is still inspiring Africans and black people across the world, I would say.
Excellent, Zelalem. Tedros, let me come to you again.
Okay, شكرا جميتشس. طبعا اليوم كما ذكرنا مسبقا اليوم تحتفل إثيوبيا بالذكرى 130 لانتصار عدوا، واليوم سوف أتحدث لكم الآن عن المعركة التي وقعت بين إيطاليا وإثيوبيا والاحتلال الإيطالي وإثيوبيا عام 1896. طبعا كما ذكرت لكم مسبقا إيطاليا كانت تتحضر جدا لغزو إثيوبيا ولكي تأتي من الشمال وتدخل إلى العمق الإثيوبي، وإثيوبيا طبعا بقيادة الإمبراطور ميلي كانت تعي جيدا أن إيطاليا سوف تستخدم كل الحيل والتكتيكات لغزو إثيوبيا. وإيطاليا طبعا كانت تعتمد على الانقسامات الداخلية التي كانت بين المكونات والعرقيات الإثيوبية والانقسامات التي كانت داخل الشأن الإثيوبي. والإمبراطور ميليك طبعا كان لهم بالمرصاد وكان يعي أن إيطاليا سوف تستخدم كل شيء كما ذكرت مسبقا، لذلك جمع الإثيوبيين كلهم تحت راية واحدة، تحت وعاء واحد، وهو طبعا وعاء الوطن. جمعهم تحت راية إثيوبيا، واتفق من الشمال والجنوب والغرب كل المناطق الإثيوبية كلهم جمعهم تحت راية واحدة للتصدي إلى الغزو الإيطالي. وإثيوبيا طبعا بقيادة الإمبراطور الميليك كانوا يعلمون جيدا بينما كانت تقع معظم الدول الإفريقية تحت وطأة الاستعمار، كانوا يعوا جيدا أن غدا سوف يكون الدور عليهم. لذلك الإمبراطور ميليك تجهز جدا، وطبعا وقعت المعركة عام 1896 كانت وقعت طبعا في جبال في شمال اثيوبيا في الهضبة الاثيوبية في الشمال. وطبعا اثيوبيا استخدمت التضاريس الجبلية لصالحها، وهي تعي جيدا بالأراضي الإثيوبية لأنها أراضيها، وهي تعي بكل التحركات هناك. وكانت طبعا تستخدم إذا كانت هنالك ثغرة حدثت بعمد أو من دون عمد من الإيطاليين كانت تستخدمها لصالحها. وطبعا الإيطاليين في تلك المعركة انهزموا هزيمة ساحقة جدا ظلت إلى يومنا هذا، وها نحن اليوم نحتفل بها. وطبعا كانت صدمة كبيرة جدا ليس فقط لإيطاليا بل للدول الأوروبية، للدول الأوروبية كلها. وهنا طبعا إفريقيا باقي الدول الإفريقية بدأت تستيقظ وبدأت تعي جيدا أن الاستعمار لا شيء. طبعا نعلم أن الصراع الذي وقع بين إثيوبيا، الحرب التي وقعت بين إثيوبيا وبين إيطاليا لم تكن متكافئة حتى. الإيطاليين كانوا يستخدمون أسلحة حديثة جدا من المدافع من الأسلحة الحديثة التي كانت في تلك الوقت. أما إثيوبيا فكانت تستخدم أسلحة تقليدية جدا كالسيوف وإلى آخره من الأسلحة التقليدية. وهنا بعد انتصار طبعا إثيوبيا يعني الأفارقة أصبح لديهم وعي أن الاستعمار يمكن هزيمته، أن الاستعمار يمكن أن يقع، وأن إثيوبيا ليست دولة أفريقيا ليس فقط إثيوبيا، أفريقيا ليست دولة للاحتلال، بل إنها دولة ذات سيادة وكرامة. ومن هنا طبعا يعني انتصار عدوى الذي نخلده إلى يومنا هذا ونحتفل به للمرة 130 في إثيوبيا وفي إفريقيا وفي العالم كله، يعني أصبحت لإفريقيا وعي كامل. وكما يعني شاهدنا في التاريخ السابق أصبحت يعني الدول الأفريقية تناضل من أجل حريتها، يعني مأخذين إثيوبيا كقدوة لهم. وكما نعلم طبعا يعني معظم الدول الإفريقية الأعلام الوطنية لهم يعني تتماثل مع إثيوبيا، كلهم أخذوها من إثيوبيا. لماذا؟ لأن إثيوبيا كما قلنا دولة ذات سيادة وذات انتصار وذات يعني كرامة لكل الدول الإفريقية، ولكي يعني يتمثلوا بها طبعا العالم هو يتكون من الأصفر والأخضر والأحمر، ومعظم الدول الإفريقية كما تلاحظون سوف تجدون هذه الألوان التي هي طبعا مأخوذة من العلم الإثيوبي في أعلامهم أيضا. لماذا؟ كما ذكرت لأنها تعتبر إثيوبيا قدوة لهم، هي التي يعني شجعتهم لكي يناضلوا لكي يحصلوا على حريتهم. لذلك انتصار عدوى لا يعني لم يقتصر فقط على إثيوبيا فقط، بل يعني توسع وذهب إلى إفريقيا والدول الآسيوية وكل أنحاء العالم، وأظهر ليس فقط لإفريقيا للعالم كله أن إثيوبيا وأن إفريقيا ليست دول تخضع للاستعمار.
Yeah, thank you, Tedros. Well, again, let's continue with discussing, what Adwa means for Ethiopians and for Africans, and especially we remember colonialism had bad days, had brought bad days for the colonized or the victims of colonization. So during those days when when Europeans went for scramble of Africa, just that meeting they had, in Berlin. Yeah. So that was, a decision made on or against African countries in their absence, actually. And so somebody comes and decides, new property, and they take, their own share. And there's no discussion with you. And imagine how that is unfair, how that feels bad. And this is, what Europeans did. And of course, after they decided to scramble Africa, what they did was so cruel, so bad, and killing Africans, taking over their land, causing property damage, etc., was nothing for them. And so we remember in the 19th century, colonialism was, the fashion. And it was very easy for Europeans or for any powerful country to send their soldiers, their troops, and then, do the looting, do the killing. And in 1896, when the Italian invaders, did that to Ethiopia, something unprecedented took place, which is they got defeated. And that news, came to the rest of the world, and everyone, I would say, received it in shock, because take, black people, never heard of a situation where, black fighters would be able to win or to defeat, the whites, because the whites had supremacy. The European powers had supremacy in every aspect. They had weaponry advanced, much more advanced than Africans had, respectively. So this, we could say, Adwa could serve as, a catalyst for ending colonialism. And it is after that time that other countries in Africa, stood for their freedom, for their liberation, for their rights. And anti-colonialism movements, started to pop up in different African countries, even though this freedom for many African countries politically came right after many years, many more years than, this 1896, but they managed it. And at least these days, we don't have any African country that is colonized directly by any foreign power. And I would say, just that is because of the victory of Adwa in 1896 that inspired, African fighters, the black people, the global black community in many other parts of the world rose for their rights, for example, in the Americas, in the Caribbean. And these movements were initiated by the victory of Adwa.
Exactly.
Zalalem, you may add.
Yes, you have brought an awesome elaboration on the victory of Adwa governments, and in particular you reminded me of Africa's difficult past, Africa's cumbersome past. Africans had passed through a difficult past, such as slave trade, for example. During the time of slave trade, Europeans and the Americans, they came to Africa and they took Africans to consolidate their industries, to prosper their country, and they were not satisfied with what they did in the slave trade. Even though they enslaved Africans, they were not satisfied. And what they did was, in particular in the late 19th century, they thought about coming to Africa and colonizing both the human power and the land of Africa. And they crossed African borders and they settled in Africa, they colonized Africa, they subjugated Africa, and there were enormous violations of human and democratic rights across Africa due to colonization. And that was a very, very dark time for Africa. During that dark time, Ethiopians, due to the victory of Adwa, sparked a kind of anti-colonial movement. Ethiopia showed to the world, Ethiopia demonstrated to Africans and to black people around the world that whites are defeatable, in fact. And Ethiopians defeated white colonizers, and that shattered the myth, that shattered the presumption and the assumption that white can be defeated and blacks can gain victory over white colonizers. And that was an important historical milestone, I would say. And because of the victory of Adwa, we have seen enormous continental organizations. We have seen enormous global black organizations. By and large, the Organization of African Unity, the former Organization of African Unity, and the current African Union was established due to the victory of Adwa. Due to the victory of Adwa, African countries gained their independence after their anti-colonial struggle, after their anti-colonial movement that they waged against their colonizers, and they became independent, and they got a space to convene, they got a space to talk to each other, they got a space to exchange ideas with each other. And there were different conferences after the victory of Adwa in Ghana, for example. In many African countries there were conferences about consolidating African unity, consolidating African solidarity, and Africans were able to establish a continental organization by 1963. So almost all African countries came under that umbrella of the African Union, and till this day, Africans are convening on the Continental Summit here in Addis Ababa, at the at the capital city of Africa, at the diplomatic hub of the world, to discuss on the pressing challenges of the continent. The other, there are also enormous black organizations. For example, yesterday, the day before yesterday, there was a conference here in Addis Ababa at Adwa Victory Memorial Museum, and that conference was a conference of Global Black Centers. Global Black Center is a London-based movement that's working to consolidate African unity and African solidarity. African, get their political independence, and now is the time to ensure their economic independence. And organizations such as Global Black Center are working to liberate Africa from economic subjugation. Now, the bulk of African countries are borrowing money, are begging money from the rest of the world, in particular from the World Bank and IMF. And you can't assert your political independence and sovereignty while you are begging others. So there are enormous organizations after the victory of Adwa, and the establishment of the continental organizations, black centers, had very much to do with the victory of Adwa. So the victory of Adwa, the consequence of the victory of Adwa is far-reaching, I would say.
Yes, Zalalem. Excuse me, you have said it very well, but I have a message that I need to get to our audiences, our viewers, which is, leaders from different African countries and beyond are sending messages on behalf of this Adwa victory. And we have a message from Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed as well. So let's watch the message from the Prime Minister, and then we'll be back to you. Happy 130th anniversary of the victory of Adwa to you all. The victory of Adwa is a testament to the unwavering resolve and the immense capability of Ethiopians. Ethiopians hold an unchangeable stance when it comes to their national interests, freedom and sovereignty. To anchor this resolve upon a firm foundation, they dedicate every ounce of their potential. Regimes and leaders may change, they may hold differing views on various issues. However, their stance on their country and the sacrifices they make for it remain constant. The heroes who marched to Adwa were not in total agreement on everything. They shared a single purpose, but they were not identical. They shared one motherland, but they came from diverse cultures and faiths. Even then, there were traitors or bandits who betrayed their country to align with the enemy. There were mercenaries who bartered the long-term interests of their nation for temporary gain. There were brokers who sided with strangers to negotiate away the lives of their own people. Our heroic fathers and mothers did not fight only against the invading Italian army. They fought against mercenaries, traitors and national sellouts alike. True patriotism means triumphing over both the foreign foe and the internal traitor. Patriotism means conquering personal interest for the sake of the national good. Patriotism means sacrificing one's own honor for the honor of the nation. The celebration of the victory of Adwa is a time to remember all of these. Just as Adwa revealed the resolve and capability of Ethiopians, today is a time for us to demonstrate Ethiopia's holistic potential through firm commitment. We must manifest our national potential in agriculture, industry, tourism, mining and the digital sphere. To repeat the victory of Adwa in every sector, Ethiopia's capability must rest on a solid foundation. A nation is elevated by its capability. It is capability that builds it. Capability shapes a nation, while conviction makes it firm. Capacity moves a nation forward. Conviction carries it across to the other side. I hope that our celebration of the victory of Adwa will be an occasion through which we further strengthen Ethiopia's capacity and more firmly consolidate the resolve of Ethiopians. May Ethiopia live forever, proud and respected through the efforts of her children. May the Creator bless Ethiopia and her people. May 1, 2026.
The victory of Adwa, a legacy of freedom for the whole Africa.
History remembers moments, but sometimes a moment remembers of people. I speak of the hour when Africa was bowed and bowed, and they have literally watched hope slip through their fingers. Then those the mountains of Adwa, towering, silent, and eternal. From those heights came the warriors of Ethiopia, united and unwavering. Their unity was a wall that no empire could possibly break. With these flags in their hands and the fire of freedom burning in their souls, the most impossible thing became a reality. Adwa became more than just a battle. It became the sunrise for all those who have lost hope. A spark ignited courage, giving voice to dreams long silenced, echoing movements for dignity, justice, and self-determination. So we honored those who stood, fought, and fell. Those heroes in which their courage saved the entire Africa. Because at Adwa, they merely fought for land, but to restore hope, reclaim identity, and to declare that Africa, unbound, unbroken, and could still stand still. And with that, generations have inherited their history, a light that will never be out, and a fire that will never be extinguished.
Welcome to the Pulse of Africa, your gateway to Africa's vibrant stories, voices and visions. Join us every Monday and Wednesday for POA in Depth, where we provide sharp analysis of pressing current affairs, keeping you informed and engaged. Tuesdays feature the Africa We Want, dedicated to the African Union's Agenda 2063, discover Africa's journey toward a prosperous and integrated future. On Thursdays, tune into El Dorado, highlighting Africa's rich natural resources and how they can drive true prosperity. Fridays bring you Roundup, where seasoned journalists discuss enduring issues shaping our continent's destiny. Saturdays showcase the editorial, offering Pulse of Africa's perspective on Africa's challenges and opportunities, and celebrate the notables, recognizing remarkable Africans making a difference. And don't forget Sundays are for Africa Melody, honoring our culture, music and entertainment. So tune into the Pulse of Africa and experience the vitality of our continent every day of the week. Subscribe now.
History remembers moments, but sometimes a moment remembers of people. I speak of the hour when Africa was bowed and bowed, and they have literally watched hope slip through their fingers. Then rose the mountains of Adwa, towering, silenced, and eternal. From those heights came the warriors of Ethiopia, united and unwavering. Their unity was a wall that no empire could possibly break. With these flags in their hands and the fire of freedom burning in their souls, the most impossible thing became a reality. Adwa became more than just a battle. It became the sunrise for all those who have lost hope. A spark ignited courage, giving voice to dreams long silenced, echoing movements for dignity, justice, and self-determination. So we honored those who stood, fought, and fell. Those heroes in which their courage saved the entire Africa. Because at Adwa, they merely fought for land, but to restore hope, reclaim identity, and to declare that Africa, unbound, unbroken, and could still stand still. And with that, generations have inherited their history, a light that will never be out, and a fire that will never be extinguished.
Welcome to the Pulse of Africa, your gateway to Africa's vibrant stories, voices and visions. Join us every Monday and Wednesday for POA in Depth, where we provide sharp analysis of pressing current affairs, keeping you informed and engaged. Tuesdays feature the Africa We Want, dedicated to the African Union's Agenda 2063, discover Africa's journey toward a prosperous and integrated future. On Thursdays, tune into El Dorado, highlighting Africa's rich natural resources and how they can drive true prosperity. Fridays bring you Roundup, where seasoned journalists discuss enduring issues shaping our continent's destiny. Saturday's showcase the editorial offering Pulse of Africa's perspective on Africa's challenges and opportunities, and celebrate the notables, recognizing remarkable Africans making a difference. And don't forget Sundays are for Africa Melody, honoring our culture, music and entertainment. So tune into the Pulse of Africa and experience the vitality of our continent every day of the week. Subscribe now.
History remembers moments, but sometimes a moment remembers of people. I speak of the hour when Africa was bowed and bowed, and they have literally watched hope slip through their fingers. Then rose the mountains of Adwa, towering, silenced, and eternal. From those heights came the warriors of Ethiopia, united and unwavering. Their unity was a wall that no empire could possibly break. With these flags in their hands and the fire of freedom burning in their souls, the most impossible thing became a reality. Adwa became more than just a battle. It became the sunrise for all those who have lost hope. A spark ignited courage, giving voice to dreams long silenced, echoing movements for dignity, justice, and self-determination. So we honored those who stood, fought, and fell. Those heroes in which their courage saved the entire Africa. Because at Adwa, they merely fought for land, but to restore hope, reclaim identity, and to declare that Africa, unbound, unbroken, and could still stand still. And with that, generations have inherited their history, a light that will never be out, and a fire that will never be extinguished.
If you don't tell your story, it will be told by others. They'll talk of hunger, they'll talk of war, they'll talk of conflict, but they'll not say the things that are happening in Africa that are positive.
This is POA, a very new media organization in Ethiopia.
We have to be voice for ourselves. There is no one else that can tell our story better than us.
If it's defending African matters, then go for it. Go for Pulse Media.
This is the Pulse of Africa. Tune in, follow the journey, and learn about the news and what's shaping our African continent.
I am really impressed by the work that they are doing by telling the African story from Africa for Africans. I think it's definitely needed.
Please subscribe to the Pulse of Africa on all platforms.
We're back to you, viewers. Well, Zelalem and Theodros, let's go back and see the message of Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed. Well, we could see that he appreciated the sacrifices paid by the patriots, by Ethiopian patriots in 1896. And he just reminds me of those scenarios when these fighters, marched to Adwa during those days. Well, as we said earlier, the gap between the two powers, military power, is so huge. I mean, the Italian colonizers and the Ethiopian forces, or the patriots, we could say. And so they used, very simple ammunitions, okay, very simple weapons. And when they did that, they did it, with huge sacrifices. Well, the Prime Minister mentioned the price they paid, just for that victory. And he also mentioned how it looked like during those days to fight, a powerful European power such as, Italians. And they hated to be colonized, so they sought their freedom from the bottom of their heart. And they just did, whatever it took to stand for their rights, for their freedom. And the Prime Minister mentioned the implication of that sacrifice, to modern day, to this generation. And everybody, including, young people, should do the same in other ventures as well. Not, in battle. We don't have, this military fight with colonizers these days more often. We have, the fight against poverty, against corruption. And we remember Ethiopians during those days in the 19th century, or when this battle took place, they just came all over across, the country, from all over the country. And they didn't have, infrastructures such as roads and buses that we have, or airplanes that we have today. So they just, walked long distances. And the Prime Minister also mentioned of, some kind of ideological differences, interests of conflict of interest among people, but they put that aside, and then when it comes to, a common enemy, they just marched against it. They left behind, every aspect that would deter them from fighting fiercely these colonial powers. And he just called on, Ethiopians to bring, just that same scenario to modern day context, or the context in which, we live. And he said that, we need to fight our enemies that come to us, to subdue us in different forms. And technology is one tool for us, to fight our enemies with. And that kind of winning that was observed in 1896 should take place, in modern day Ethiopians as well, and Africans as well. And he mentioned of adversaries, amongst, these fighters during that time. And we also have, just the same kind of people that stand, against our rights, against our interests, against our national interests, etc. So the Prime Minister called on Ethiopians to stand against these adversaries, and to learn from the implications of the Adwa victory. And the two of you may add.
Sure. Ethiopian Prime Minister, His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, has sent a message on the 130 years anniversary of the victory of Adwa. An important message, like you elaborated, the significance of unity among Ethiopians to beat our enemies. And, His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed is a major proponent of Ethiopian unity, and he's a patriotic leader like his predecessors. And he has shown his unwavering commitment for the unity, sovereignty of Ethiopia, sovereignty in its many forms, sovereignty in economic sovereignty, sovereignty in territorial integrity, and so on. So one of the most important messages displayed there, the significance of unity. Like you said, during the Battle of Adwa, the capacity of Ethiopia and Italy was incomparable. You can never compare the capacity of the two sides, but Italians obviously had superiority over artillery, weapons, and modern technologies, and skilled soldiers, manpowers. But Ethiopians had comparably poor skilled soldier, artillery, and weapons. But Ethiopians were able to humiliate the white superiority, the white colonizers, the aggressors at the Battle of Adwa. And Ethiopia's strength was, of course, Ethiopia's technology was Ethiopia's unity. And one of the things that Italy miscalculated was Ethiopia's unity. Italians assumed that Ethiopians were divided at that time. As you said, there were enormous adversaries, in different parts of Ethiopia, in four corners of Ethiopia, there were regional leaders, and the regional leaders were fighting against each other, and some of whom were, of course, fighting against the then leader of Ethiopia, King Menelik. But during a call for the Battle of Adwa, Ethiopians from all sides of the country, overwhelmingly accepted the king's call for the battle, and they marched to the mountains and hills of Adwa in the northern parts of Ethiopia, and they humiliated Italian aggressors at the Battle of Adwa on the 1st of May, on the 1st of March 1896. And that was an important history, and His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed has reminded us the significance of Ethiopian unity. And now we need unity. You can't expect homogeneity in any scenario. There might be differences in political ideology, in religion. Of course, Ethiopia is a country of diversity in terms of culture, religion, language, and so on. But in the time of external enemy, in the time that Ethiopians are required, Ethiopians need to show their commitment like their forefathers. And one of the assignment of this generation, I would say, is the battle, the fight against poverty. Generation of Adwa, they defeated Italian aggressors. That time there was a battle, a confrontation on the battlefield. Now we don't have battle. Now we don't have external enemies, foreign aggressors. Now the battle is within us. It's poverty. Of course, Ethiopia has made significant stride in terms of alleviating poverty, in terms of reducing poverty, in terms of beating poverty. But still, millions of people are living with poverty, and the battle, the fight over poverty has never been completed. A lot remains to be done. And, of course, Ethiopia has been showing significant stride in terms of poverty alleviation as well. For example, we can mention the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. I remember some 4 or 5 months ago, in the month of September, in the second week of September, when the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance was inaugurated, there were different leaders from Africa and the Caribbean, and one of the leader was the Prime Minister of Barbados, Maya Motley, and she conveyed a message there during the inauguration ceremony, and she regarded the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam as an Adwa engineering feat. She compared Adwa victory with the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. Today's generation has successfully completed the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. It's an inspiration for the rest of Africans, like Adwa inspired the rest of Africans. The Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam also inspired Africans in terms of self-sufficiency, in terms of self-reliance, in terms of economic sovereignty and independence. There were lots of challenges, there were lots of obstacles on the journey of constructing the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. Challenges in terms of, for example, funding. The Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam has been entirely and totally funded by the people and government of Ethiopia. International financial organizations such as the World Bank, International Monetary Fund, IMF didn't, offer a penny for Ethiopia. It was incredibly difficult. But the government and people of Ethiopia have shown unwavering commitment for the completion of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. We also do not forget the challenge, the diplomatic challenge, the international influence on the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. But the people of Ethiopia, together with the government, had passed through those challenges to finally complete the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. It's a $5 billion project. It is the largest hydropower project in the entire Africa, and Ethiopia has made a history in terms of, finalizing the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam against all the odds. The other thing about the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam was, the dam faced enormous challenge from downstream country, in particular from Egypt. Egypt was, in fact, referring the colonial era agreement of the 1929 and the 1959, and those colonial era agreements prevented Ethiopia from constructing any kind of project on Adwa River, called by the world, by the outside, as Nile River. So they prohibited any kind of dam and project over the Adwa River. But Ethiopia, rejected those colonial era agreement, and Ethiopia has stood for its sovereignty by constructing the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. And lots of works have been underway that can ensure Ethiopia's economic sovereignty and independence. And His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed is calling for Ethiopians and friends of Ethiopia to stood by the side of the government in terms of assuring Ethiopia's economic independence.
Yes, thank you, Zelalem. Let me come to one.
Okay, thank you, Gamichis. طبعا مشاهدينا الكرام، كما تابعنا في المقطع السابق وكما ذكر أيضا زميلي زلالم وتحدث عن تهنئة رئيس الوزراء آبي أحمد رئيس وزراء إثيوبيا، تهنئة الإثيوبيين والأفارقة أيضا، يعني بحلول أو بالذكرى 130 لانتصار عدوا، أو انتصار يعني الأفارقة قبل أن يكون يعني انتصار الإثيوبيين، انتصار إفريقيا على الاستعمار، الشرارة التي بدأت من شرق إفريقيا من إثيوبيا. وطبعا يعني ذكر رئيس الوزراء بأن الانتصار طبعا كان يعني مبنيا على الوحدة الوطنية. كما ذكرنا يعني سابقا، كانت هنالك انقسامات بين قادة المناطق في إفريقيا، سواء من الشمال، الغرب، الجنوب، من كل المناطق كانت هنالك انقسامات، لكن ما جعل يعني انتصار عدوى يعني قويا ويخلد يعني إلى يومنا هذا في التاريخ هو بسبب الوحدة. ورئيس الوزراء آبي أحمد ذكر أن الوحدة هي يعني الانتصار الحقيقي لأي دولة إفريقية كي تتجاوز كل الصعاب وكل التحديات التي يمكن أن تخوضها. وأيضا يعني ذكر يعني الشباب أيضا أن الانتصار يعني انتصار عدوى كل يعني من عصر لعصر يغير شكله. يعني نحن الآن في هذا العصر يعني معظم الدول الإفريقية يمكن أن نقول أنها لا تخضع للاستعمار المباشر كما يعني كان يعني قبل ذلك، يعني بالأسلحة الثقيلة وبالحروب وما إلى آخره. لذلك يعني حث رئيس الوزراء على التكاتف والوحدة لمواجهة التحديات الثانية، ولكي يكون هنالك يعني نصر عدوى ثاني وثالث ورابع ويعني إلى آخره من الانتصارات. لأن طبعا انتصار عدوى فقط لم يقف في تلك الحقبة، بل يستمر إلى يومنا هذا. فنحن طبعا نواجه يعني الكثير من التحديات، يعني من أبرزها يمكن أن نقول الفقر. يعني إفريقيا تواجه مشكلة كبيرة من الفقر، وهذا طبعا يعتبر يعني من أكبر التحديات التي تواجه إفريقيا. لذلك يعني ناشد رئيس الوزراء أن تكون هنالك وحدة إفريقية من أجل القضاء على مثل هذه التحديات التي ذكرناها، التي واحدة منها هي الفقر التي يعاني منها يعني الشعب الإفريقي، والتي طبعا يتم استغلالها من الدول الخارجية. وإذا كانت هنالك وحدة يمكنك يعني طبعا أن تتجاوز كل التحديات، ويمكنك أن تخلق يعني فرصا كثيرة، وممكن أن تخلق انتصارات عديدة كما كان طبعا يعني سابقا، كما يعني ذكر يعني اتفاق أقصد انتصار عدوى. لذلك على الأفارقة بصورة عامة الاتحاد من أجل مواجهة كل التحديات التي تأتينا طبعا بشكل جديد، وليس فقط يعني الوقوف على انتصار واحد، بل إعادة الانتصارات عبر يعني تجاوز كل التحديات التي تواجهها القارة الإفريقية. وأيضا يعني الاتحاد الإفريقي أيضا يعني يعمل على ذلك. طبعا كما نعلم أن المقر الاتحاد الأفريقي هو في العاصمة الإثيوبية أديس أبابا. طبعا إثيوبيا كما قلنا يعني أخذ هذا أن يكون مقرا له، يعني نسبة لأن إثيوبيا كانت هي الشعلة التي بدأت منها يعني استغلال كل الدول الإفريقية. والاتحاد الإفريقي أيضا يعني يستذكر هذه الانتصارات، ويعلم أن الوحدة هي فقط التي يمكن أن تجعل يعني الأفارقة يتجاوزون كل التحديات التي يمكن تواجههم، التي تأتي طبعا بشكل معاصر وبشكل حديث. وعلى يعني أيضا هنالك دور كبير يمكن أن يلعبه الشباب يعني بمواجهة يعني التخلف ومواجهة يعني التخلف بالتعليمي طبعا وبالتكنولوجيا وبالأدوات الاستراتيجية الحديثة جدا يعني لخلق انتصارات كثيرة من عدوى.
Well, you have, I hope, very well explained to our Arabic-speaking viewers, Theodros. Thank you. Well, Zelalem and Theodros, again, I just want to go back to the Prime Minister's message. Well, what is, the current Adwa? Okay, what's the current Adwa? That is so fierce, that comes, to rob us, that comes to destroy our lives, which we have to stand against. Well, recently, during this Global Black Center establishment at Adwa Victory Museum, well, Adwa Memorial Victory, Adwa Victory Memorial Museum, we had recently this establishment of a Global Black Center. And during that event, leaders attended it, leaders spoke. So this is, a center that is established to come up with, a recognition of black history, black heritage, establishing a center that appreciates, that keeps, black heritage so that they can be preserved for the coming generation as well. So to go back to history, to remember what black people have contributed to the world in science, in technology, in agriculture, in various aspects of life. Well, if you go back to history and see closely, what happened in the past with regard to various contributions, you find out that black people have made, big contributions. Unfortunately, that has been covered up, that has been suppressed, and we know little. We don't believe we had, black engineers, black scientists, black mathematicians, and their history has been, covered, suppressed, and as a result, that has, caused, damage to the psychology of black people in some way, because when you see that, you had a black mathematician, a black scientist, of course, young generations will be inspired, but there is some kind of narrative which puts, black people not as worthy as other races, not as contributing as people in other parts of the world. So the Global Black Center has been established to allow black people find out what their ancestors have done in the past, how much they have contributed for the advancement of the lives of people globally. So one of the leaders spoke about the importance of being free, not only politically but also economically. Yeah. So, well, politically these days, maybe Adwa is, we can say Adwa might have contributed a lot to the freedom, the political freedom of many African countries. We cannot deny. We are celebrating the victory of Adwa, 130th time, because it is ever since that, many black Africans, could get political freedom. Unfortunately, this political freedom is not accompanied by economic freedom. We have prevalence of poverty in many African countries especially. And if you look at the global black community, relatively, they have lower status economically. And so what should be done here? What should be done? Well, Zelalem, as you have mentioned earlier, and also Theodros, Ethiopia is showing, huge progress in terms of mitigating poverty. Well, the Grand Renaissance Dam is one good example. Surplus production of wheat in the country is another one. And the country recently has been, in some kind of collaboration with investors, foreign investors like Dangote, we have fertilizer plant in Ethiopia. And all these are, good steps towards, completely alleviating poverty. But a lot must be done. For example, the Prime Minister Abiy has mentioned the importance of technology. And he's been calling on people, the Ethiopian people, to think about critically the importance of integrating, artificial intelligence in every aspect of our lives. These days, the advanced world is using artificial intelligence so advancedly that if we do not start, just catching them up, then there might be a time that we'll never be able to catch up with them. And what's happening is that this is this AI is really impacting all of us. And I mean, in technology, in AI, in agriculture, we need to show advancement. We need to catch up with the rest of the world. That's how, we will be able to beat poverty.
Yeah.
Zalalam.
Sure, Gamet, you went through enormous important points, and I want to add a few words on those specific ideas. You raised the issue of the Global Black Center. Global Black Center has conducted its second annual meeting and conference the day before yesterday, on the previous Saturday. And Global Black Center, the full name is Global Black History, Heritage and Education Center. So in short, we say Global Black Center. And the center has been established to restore the history of Africa, the history of black people, the heritage of black people. You interestingly elaborated the contribution of black people for global development, for the world civilization. But sadly, many of the contributions made by global black people have been forgotten globally, and we need to restore those cultures, those heritage, those contributions. We need to aware the current and future generation about the contribution of black people, so that they will be proud of their history. Yeah, so Global Black Center has been established with that initiative and motive. And you also raised about, the significance of ensuring economic independence.
Yeah, Zalalam, excuse me.
Sure.
Well, I learned that at Adwa Victory Memorial Museum, the president, including President Haile Selassie, other leaders are laying wreath in commemoration of our patriots. So you may say a few things about that.
Yeah, the President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, His Excellency Haile Selassie, and various ministers of Ethiopia have attended the second annual meeting of the Global Black Center, and that's very much important because the Global Black Center has been established and opened their office here in Ethiopia because of Ethiopia's contribution to the global black people, because of the victory of Adwa. That has very much to do with the victory of Adwa. Yeah. Because of the victory of Adwa, black people across the world began to ask, their right, and began to defend their human and democratic right. And the victory of Adwa has been a source of Pan-African movement. So it's great that Global Black Center has been established in Ethiopia, and we expect that this center will do a lot in terms of ensuring economic independence, because the time, the question of the time is to ensure economic independence, and that's what's lacking now. And
yes, yeah, I appreciate that. The Global Black Center is headquartered at Adwa Victory Museum. And today, right now, as we speak, leaders of different countries with different positions, not all of them presidents actually, are laying wreath in commemoration of the fighters, our fighters at Adwa, at the Adwa battle. So how do you explain, having this Adwa Victory Memorial Museum enhancing the significance or the discourse or the message from Adwa victory or from the Battle of Adwa. I mean, can we make some kind of connection between this museum and the Battle of Adwa, and how do they complement one another? Because leaders are laying wreath right now in commemoration of those who paid, who sacrificed their lives on that battle.
It is great that leaders are honoring our forefathers. It is, in fact, because of the sacrifice made by our forefathers, made by the generation of Adwa, that we stand today. For example, today in Ethiopia, more than 80 indigenous languages are spoken in Ethiopia, and that's because of the victory of Adwa. Had Ethiopia been colonized by the colonizers, by the European colonizers, namely Italy, maybe we wouldn't have listened, this indigenous language. And it's because of the victory of Adwa that we are showcasing and demonstrating our diverse culture. And it's because of the victory of Adwa that we feel proud. And it's because of the victory of Adwa that African people waged anti-colonial struggle against their colonizers. And it's because of the victory of Adwa that, racial superiority has been shattered. Till the victory of Adwa, whites were considered as superiors. Even black people do not accept, somehow black people do not consider themselves as equal to their white fellows. But after the victory of Adwa, black people began to consider themselves as equal and began to consider themselves as, important. And, the victory of Adwa, the consequence and the significance of the victory of Adwa is immense, and it's great that the government of Ethiopia built the Adwa Victory Memorial Museum. It's always good and it's always mandatory to remember the past, to know the past, to recognize the past. Without the past, we do not go where to go. We do not know where to go. So it's great that the government of Ethiopia established Adwa Victory Memorial Museum. I, paid a visit to the Adwa Victory Museum many times, and it has been built in a magnificent way. And, the government has, paid huge sum of money for the construction of this important museum, and that showed the government's steadfast commitment to preserve the history of Ethiopia.
And it allows, people, not only leaders. Of course, when leaders come to Ethiopia, they have the opportunity to visit it and to lay wreath in commemoration of, the patriots, which also will allow them to know about, the Battle of Adwa, the victory of Adwa, and see the value of it. Yeah,
sure.
So let me go to Theodros and allow you to tell us the connection between all the significance of having this museum in allowing people like leaders, to come over and see what really happened, in 1896 at the Battle of Adwa.
شكرا جاميتشس. طبعا مشاهدينا الكرام، يتوافد رؤساء وسفراء ومسؤولين عدة اليوم للاحتفال بالذكرى 130 لانتصار عدوا، وهم طبعا يأتون إلى متحف عدوا الذي هو يعتبر نصب تذكاري يستذكر لنا في داخله، عندما تدخل في داخله التاريخ الذي حدث في تلك الحقبة، الانتصار الإفريقي قبل أن يكون إثيوبي على الدول المستعمرة. واليوم يتوافدون عدة مسؤولين ووفود رسمية للاحتفال مع الإثيوبيين، كونه احتفالا إفريقي كما ذكرنا بهذا اليوم. طبعا متحف عدوا الذي طبعا هو في مدينة في العاصمة الإثيوبية أديس أبابا في منطقة تدعى بياسا. وهذا المتحف كما ذكرت في داخله لديه الكثير من الآثار التي خلدت تلك النصر على الإيطاليين. واليوم هؤلاء الوفود يأتون، كون أن نصر عدوا كما ذكرت يعتبر نصرا إفريقيا قبل أن يكون إثيوبيا، وهو طبعا ألهم الكثير من الأفارقة لكي يناضلوا ويحاربوا الاستعمار ويقفوا ضدها. كما نعلم يعني الحقبة تلك يعني حقبة 1896 كانت حقبة الاستعمار، وكان الإنسان الأسود لا يستطيع يعني أن يكون رأسا برأس مع الإنسان الأبيض، بل بالعكس يعني كان يخضع دائما ويعني يركع وإلى آخره من التهميش الاستعماري الذي كان يخضع. لكن معركة عدوى وانتصار الإثيوبيين في معركة عدوى جعل يعني كل الأفارقة يعني يفكرون ويعلمون جيدا أن لا بالعكس الإنسان الإفريقي يستطيع أن يواسي يعني رأسا برأس مع الإنسان الأبيض، بل وأكثر من ذلك، لأننا نرى يعني انتصار عدوى في أشكال جديدة، في مظهر جديد، وهو طبعا عبر الحداثة والتكنولوجيا والاستراتيجيات. طبعا يعني الدول الغربية دائما ما تحاول يعني حتى الآن تهميش الدور الافريقي، يعني تهميش الدور الافريقي. يعني الافارقه طبعا يعني معظم الافارقه لا يعلمون حتى ان هنالك يعني بروفيسورات افارقه، مخترعين افارقه، مهندسين افارقه والى اخره، يعني من الدور الكبير الذي يلعبه الافارقه، وكل هذا طبعا يعني يلعبه الدور الاعلامي الغربي في تهميش ذلك. لكن بالعكس افريقيا كل الافارقه من كبار المسؤولين، من كبار المؤثرين السياسيين، من كبار العلماء، كلهم يعني كان نصر عدوى يعني يلعب لهم دور كبير في أن يتخذوا قرارات، في أن يتعلموا، في أن يكافحوا، يعني في أن يوصلوا يعني لأكبر المراحل. وكل هذا ينعكس على انتصار عدوى الذي يعني كان يعني أساسا لكل هذه النجاحات التي تصنعها أفريقيا. لذلك يعني كل الوفود الرسمية اليوم تأتي إلى مركز، أقصد يعني إلى متحف عدوى، يعني النصب هذا النصب التذكاري، لكي يعني يضعون إكليلا من الورود تخليدا لهذا الانتصار. وكما ذكرت يعني يقع المتحف في منطقة أديس، في العاصمة الإثيوبية أديس أبابا، في منطقة بياسا. ولكل يعني لمن يمكنه أن يأتي ويزور إثيوبيا أيضا عليه يعني أن يأتي ويزور أيضا هذا المتحف الذي يعني سيذكره بمجد أجداده الأفارقة وليس الإثيوبيين، بل بمجد أجداده الأفارقة الذين يعني انتصروا وكافحوا وأظهروا أن قوة إفريقيا هي يد واحدة، وليس يعني للمستعمر الحق في أن يستعمر، بل بالعكس على الدول الإفريقية يعني أن تتخذ قراراتها. واليوم سوف يعني نتابع معا في هذا البث يعني وصول الوفود الرسمية من الرئيس الإثيوبي تاي أسقاسلاسي وإلى الدبلوماسيين الأفارقة والمسؤولين وإلى آخره من الوفود الرسمية، يعني يأتون للاحتفال معا، لأن كما ذكرت في حديثي في السابق أنه يعتبر رمزا وانتصارا أفريقيا قبل يعني أن يكون انتصارا إثيوبيا. شكرا دميتش.
Thank you, Tedros. Viewers, we are watching President Taye Asqar-Selassie performing the laying of wreath ceremony. And he's accompanied by decorated military officers. And this Adwa is important, the Adwa Museum. This Adwa Victory Memorial Museum is very important because it allows not only our leaders but other leaders to come and perform, this laying wreath ceremony. Okay, it allows them to perform the wreath laying ceremony, but at the same time, it allows them to see the value of Adwa, the price that was paid, the sacrifices made by Ethiopian fighters. And it will also be, a source of tourism revenue, and it will also be, of course, for people to come and see what really looked like to be in the Battle of Adwa. So it allows people to know what really happened. It indexes what happened, not exactly actually, but it indexes, the sacrifices paid, the deeds of the battle, during the battle. And this is very important. And again, when Adwa is given, this kind of emphasis, so that it has, its own museum, it means a lot.
It means a lot.
And it allows us, to preserve as a country. Ethiopia will be able to preserve these events events of the Battle of Adwa. It can preserve it, for next generations. And it will also teach people lessons. And at the same time, it gives people, especially, newcomers, such as leaders from other countries, appreciate really the deeds of our fighters, and that they can connect it to African discourse in many aspects. So if you don't have, a museum like this one, then everything that was done during that battle will be lost. And this museum is, it is a living museum, we can say. It is. It tells about the Battle of Adwa.
Exactly. As of today, we are celebrating and commemorating the 130 years anniversary of the victory of Adwa. And this anniversary is hugely and colorfully celebrated across the country. And it is, celebrated in Addis Ababa, the capital city of Ethiopia. As you said, Gamech, it's very important to establish such kind of victory memorial museum so that people will know their history. And it's very much important to know our history. Some few years ago, I remember there was one television station in Ethiopia, and the journalists came to the street, went to the street, and asked people, Ethiopians, in particular teenagers, about the victory of Adwa. Different kind of questions. For example, like who were the leader of Ethiopia during the Battle of Adwa? Who were the leader of Italy during the Battle of Adwa? Why the Battle of Adwa was fought? And what were the result of the Battle of Adwa? The journalist asked teenagers about such kind of details, and many of those who were asked about the Battle of Adwa didn't answer the question properly, and that showed that the today's generation, in particular teenagers, are about to forget their history. So there needs to be kind of museum like the Adwa Victory Memorial Museum, by which Ethiopian teenagers, Ethiopians get accustomed to the history of Ethiopia. If you lose your history, if you forget your history, you'll not know where to go. So it's great that the Adwa Victory Memorial Museum has been established, and today, wreath laying ceremony has been conducted in that magnificent Victory Memorial Museum. A lot can be said about the victory of Adwa, and like Ethiopian Prime Minister His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed noted, today's generation is confronting poverty, and we need to win the battle over poverty. And earlier on, we have been talking about the significance of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam in displaying Ethiopia's bravery, in displaying Ethiopia's unity and solidarity for common cause. And we can also illustrate lots of manifestation by which Ethiopians are demonstrating their path toward economic sovereignty. For example, we can talk about the wheat production. For much of its modern history, Ethiopia has been receiving wheat donation from outside world, and in fact Ethiopia has also been spending billions of dollars for the import of wheat, but recently because of the combined effort of the people and government of Ethiopia, Ethiopia has been able to produce surplus product of wheat, and for the first time in its recent history, Ethiopia has been able to export wheat product for the rest of the world. And this is I would say a great milestone in Ethiopia's journey toward ensuring self-sufficiency, food self-sufficiency and economic independence. And there are also other areas by which Ethiopians are gaining victory, for example in terms of climate mitigation activities. For instance, for the past 7 years or so, Ethiopians have been able to plant like more than 48 billion trees. This is unprecedented, and this has also received enormous international recognitions. And because of Ethiopia's resounding victory over climate mitigation activity, Ethiopia has been chosen to host COP32, which is an important climate summit, a summit that brought together that bring together thousands of people across the world. So Ethiopia is doing very much in climate mitigation activity, and as you said, Ethiopia is also about to establish a fertilizer company and factory, you know, in collaboration with Dangote company, Dangote Group, which is owned by the richest man in Africa, Aliko Dangote, who is a Pan-Africanist investor, isn't he? So Ethiopia is also doing very much in fertilizer, in establishing fertilizer company. We know that Ethiopia is also spending billions of dollars for import of fertilizer. So it is through this way that the country can ensure its economic independence. And I would say Ethiopia is on the right path, and Ethiopians need to consolidate their effort toward assuring you know, economic independence, because without economic independence, political independence is not guaranteed. The generation of Adwa had preserved Ethiopia's independence and territorial integrity and sovereignty from external enemy. So the task of today's generation is to ensure economic independence, to repeat the economic independence. In fact, you know, we are celebrating the 130 years anniversary of the victory of Adwa. We need to borrow lessons, and we need to live by the legacies of the victory of Adwa, like the legacy of unity, like the legacy of solidarity, like the legacy of determination and conviction. So, you know, our forefathers did great, sacrificed their lives, their precious lives. They shed their blood for us, and, you know, they made history, and today's generation need to repeat that kind of history over poverty.
Yes, Zelalem, thank you very much. Well, Zelalem and Theodros, let's remind our viewers there has been a ceremony taking place near or at the museum, at Adwa Victory Memorial Museum. Well, President Taye Askeselase has laid wreath in commemoration of the Ethiopian fighters during the Adwa battle, and Field Marshal Brahanu Jula as well did the same thing. And we had, of course, the same ceremony taking place exactly at Minilik statue, that the magnificent horse at Piazza. And we also had artillery firing this morning. A series of artillery firing has taken place in commemoration of the Battle of Adwa fighters. Generally speaking, the victory of Adwa, we can say.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, may I allow you, Theodros?
شكرا لك. طبعا مشاهدينا الكرام، يتم الآن كما نشاهد عبر البث المباشر يعني تقديم الورود أمام النصب التذكارية من قبل يعني الرئيس الإثيوبي تاي أسكسلاسي، وأيضا رئيس هيئة أركان الجيش الإثيوبي برهانو جولا. وكما نتابع هنالك يعني عدة وفود رسمية من سفراء ومسؤولين يشاركون، أيضا يعني مسؤولين أفارقة في الذكرى بالاحتفال بال130 لانتصار عدوا. وطبعا هذا الاحتفال يعني يجب ليس فقط هذا الانتصار، كل الانتصارات الافريقيه يجب يعني تذكيرها بين الافارقه، لان طبعا هنالك يعني محاربه وتحديات يعني تواجه الشباب بصوره كبيره، لان معظم الشباب طبعا الان لا يعلمون التاريخ الافريقي، التاريخ الاثيوبي، تاريخ النضال الافريقي بصوره عامه في مواجهه الاستعمار. هنالك يعني تغييب ومحاولات لاخفاء أو تهميش أو يعني التغطية على الانتصارات التاريخية التي يعني خلدتها يعني النضالات الإفريقية. لذلك يعني الاحتفال بمثل هذه الأيام يعني والتذكير بالاحتفالات التي يعني تركت تاريخ كبير وانتصارات كبيرة وتخلد يعني التاريخ الافريقي ضد الاستعمارات الغربيه يعتبر شيء مهم. واثيوبيا اليوم تحتفل بواحده من هذه الانتصارات الكبيره التي يعني طبعا يعني تخلدت في اذهان كل الافارقه وكل الاوروبيين، وهو انتصار عدوا، ويحتفلون به اليوم لل130. وسوف يكون طبعا وسوف يستمر يعني هذا الاحتفال 130 وال40 والى اخره، كي يعني لا ينسى يعني الشعب الاثيوبي والشعب الافريقي وحتى العالم ايضا ان اثيوبيا لا تخضع للاستعمار، أن إثيوبيا يعني تتصدى لكل المحاولات يعني لانتهاك السيادة الوطنية، وأن إثيوبيا طالما ما تتصدى يعني للانتهاكات ومحاولات الاستعمار سواء كانت القديمة أو الحديثة، يعني أن إفريقيا سوف يكون لديها وعي، سوف يكون لديها قائد دائما يعني يقف أمامها يأخذ هذه المعارك، وهي طبعا إثيوبيا. لذلك يعني يعتبر الاحتفال بهذا اليوم شيئا مهم، حتى يعني لا تغيب عن أذهان العالم كلهم والأفارقة على وجه الخصوص يعني التاريخ العريق يعني والنضال الكبير الذي يعني قاتلوا فيه ويعني سفكوا دمائهم من أجل السيادة الوطنية الإفريقية قبل أن تكون الإثيوبية. ومع الأسف كما ذكرت لكم يعني معظم الشباب الأفريقي يعني غير مدرك للتاريخ، تاريخ النضال الأفريقي في محاربة الاستعمار، غير مدرك لما يعني واجهه أجداده من الظلم والاستعباد وعمليات يعني الأعمال الشاقة واستعبادهم حتى وأخذهم إلى الدول اللي كانت مستعمرات جديدة في الدول الأمريكا سواء كانت الشمالية أو الجنوبية. لا يدركون ما عانه شعبهم من فقر وما زال يعني يعاني إلى يومنا هذا بسبب التدخلات الخارجية. لذلك يعني الاستذكار وعملية يعني الاحتفال بالذكرى لانتصار عدوا والذكرى بانتصار كل النضالات سواء كان في الكاميرون سواء كان في جنوب السودان في الجزائر في المغرب في كل الدول الإفريقية، يعني نستذكر التاريخ العريق لنضال الأفارقة، يعني يجعل يعني الوعي الأفريقي ثابت ولا يعني يخضع لتهميش أو تغيير لأي شيء. شكرا لك جميتس، تفضل.
Wow, thank you, Theodros. Thank you very much. Well, Zelalem and Theodros, we have watched as high-ranking government officials, distinguished guests arriving at the museum, at Adwa Victory Memorial Museum, to celebrate the 130th anniversary of Adwa Victory. And we've had this wreath laying ceremony by high-ranking government officials. And this celebration is taking place in a way that is so extraordinary, in a very beautiful way. And the government of Ethiopia has given high regard for this celebration, because it is a celebration not only for Ethiopians but also for Africans. And the three of us are bringing the events of the celebration live from our main studio, and we also have our reporters at the museum to tell us about the event as well. So shall we invite viewers to get along the report?
We need to get a sense of the celebration of the Adwa victory.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We'll be back to you after a brief break. Happy 130th anniversary of the victory of Adwa to you all. The victory of Adwa is a testament to the unwavering resolve and the immense capability of Ethiopians. Ethiopians hold an unchangeable stance when it comes to their national interests, freedom and sovereignty. To anchor this resolve upon a firm foundation, they dedicate every ounce of their potential. Regimes and leaders may change, they may hold differing views on various issues. However, their stance on their country and the sacrifices they make for it remain constant. The heroes who marched to Adwa were not in total agreement on everything. They shared a single purpose, but they were not identical. They shared one motherland, but they came from diverse cultures and faiths. Even then, there were traitors or bandits who betrayed their country to align with the enemy. There were mercenaries who bartered the long-term interests of their nation for temporary gain. There were brokers who sided with strangers to negotiate away the lives of their own people. Our heroic fathers and mothers did not fight only against the invading Italian army. They fought against mercenaries, traitors and national sellouts alike. True patriotism means triumphing over both the foreign foe and the internal traitor. Patriotism means conquering personal interest for the sake of the national good. Patriotism means sacrificing one's own honor for the honor of the nation. The celebration of the victory of Adwa is a time to remember all of these. Just as Adwa revealed the resolve and capability of Ethiopians, today is a time for us to demonstrate Ethiopia's holistic potential through firm commitment. We must manifest our national potential in agriculture, industry, tourism, mining, and the digital sphere. To repeat the victory of Adwa in every sector, Ethiopia's capability must rest on a solid foundation. A nation is elevated by its capability. It is capability that builds it. Capability shapes a nation, while conviction makes it firm. Capacity moves a nation forward. Conviction carries it across to the other side. I hope that our celebration of the victory of Adwa will be an occasion through which we further strengthen Ethiopia's capacity and more firmly consolidate the resolve of Ethiopians. May Ethiopia live forever, proud and respected through the efforts of her children. May the Creator bless Ethiopia and her people. May 1, 2026.
History remembers moments, but sometimes a moment remembers of people. I speak of the hour when Africa was bowed and bowed, and they have literally watched hope slip through their fingers. Then those the mountains of Adwa, towering, silent, and eternal. From those heights came the warriors of Ethiopia, united and unwavering. Their unity was a wall that no empire could possibly break. With these flags in their hands and the fire of freedom burning in their souls, the most impossible thing became a reality. Adwa became more than just a battle. It became the sunrise for all those who have lost hope. A spark ignited courage, giving voice to dreams long silenced, echoing movements for dignity, justice, and self-determination. So we honored those who stood, fought, and fell. Those heroes in which their courage saved the entire Africa. Because at Adwa, they merely fought for land, but to restore hope, reclaim identity, and to declare that Africa, unbound, unbroken, and could still stand still. And with that, generations have inherited their history, a light that will never be out, and a fire that will never be extinguished.
Welcome to the Pulse of Africa, your gateway to Africa's vibrant stories, voices, and visions. Join us every Monday and Wednesday for POA in Depth, where we provide sharp analysis of pressing current affairs, keeping you informed and engaged. Tuesdays feature the Africa We Want, dedicated to the African Union's Agenda 2063, discover Africa's journey toward a prosperous and integrated future. On Thursdays, tune into El Dorado, highlighting Africa's rich natural resources and how they can drive true prosperity. Fridays bring you Roundup, where seasoned journalists discuss enduring issues shaping our continent's destiny. Saturdays showcase the editorial, offering Pulse of Africa's perspective on Africa's challenges and opportunities, and celebrate the notables, recognizing remarkable Africans making a difference. And don't forget, Sundays are for Africa Melody, honoring our culture, music, and entertainment. So tune into the Pulse of Africa and experience the vitality of our continent every day of the week. Subscribe now.
History remembers moments, but sometimes a moment remembers of people. I speak of the hour when Africa was bowed and bowed, and they have literally watched hope slip through their fingers. Then those the mountains of Adwa, towering, silent, and eternal. From those heights came the warriors of Ethiopia, united and unwavering. Their unity was a wall that no empire could possibly break. With these flags in their hands and the fire of freedom burning in their souls, the most impossible thing became a reality. Adwa became more than just a battle. It became the sunrise for all those who have lost hope. A spark ignited courage, giving voice to dreams long silenced, echoing movements for dignity, justice, and self-determination. So we honored those who stood, fought, and fell. Those heroes in which their courage saved the entire Africa. Because at Adwa, they merely fought for land, but to restore hope, reclaim identity, and to declare that Africa, unbound, unbroken, and could still stand still. And with that, generations have inherited their history, a light that will never be out, and a fire that will never be extinguished.
If you don't tell your story, it will be told by others. They'll talk of hunger, they'll talk of war, they'll talk of conflict, but they'll not say the things that are happening in Africa that are positive.
This is POA, a very new media organization in Ethiopia.
We have to be voice for ourselves. There is no one else that can tell our story better than us.
If it's defending African matters, then go for it. Go for Pulse Media.
This is the Pulse of Africa. Tune in, follow the journey, and learn about the news and what's shaping our African continent.
I am really impressed by the work that they are doing by telling the African story from Africa for Africans. I think it's definitely needed.
Please subscribe to the Pulse of Africa on all platforms.
The victory of Adwa, a legacy of freedom for the whole Africa.
History remembers moments, but sometimes a moment remembers of people. I speak of the hour when Africa was bowed and bowed, and they have literally watched hope slip through their fingers. Then those the mountains of Adwa, towering, silent, and eternal. From those heights came the warriors of Ethiopia, united and unwavering. Their unity was a wall that no empire could possibly break. With these flags in their hands and the fire of freedom burning in their souls, the most impossible thing became a reality. Adwa became more than just a battle. It became the sunrise for all those who have lost hope. A spark ignited courage, giving voice to dreams long silenced, echoing movements for dignity, justice, and self-determination. So we honored those who stood, fought, and fell. Those heroes in which their courage saved the entire Africa. Because at Adwa, they merely fought for land, but to restore hope, reclaim identity, and to declare that Africa, unbound, unbroken, and could still stand still. And with that, Generations have inherited their history, a light that will never be out, and a fire that will never be extinguished.
Welcome to the Pulse of Africa, your gateway to Africa's vibrant stories, voices and visions. Join us every Monday and Wednesday for POA in Depth, where we provide sharp analysis of pressing current affairs, keeping you informed and engaged. Tuesdays feature the Africa We Want, dedicated to the African Union's Agenda 2063, discover Africa's journey toward a prosperous and integrated future. On Thursdays, tune into El Dorado, highlighting Africa's rich natural resources and how they can drive true prosperity. Fridays bring you Roundup, where seasoned journalists discuss enduring issues shaping our continent's destiny. Saturdays showcase the editorial, offering Pulse of Africa's perspective on Africa's challenges and opportunities, and celebrate the notables, recognizing remarkable Africans making a difference. And don't forget, Sundays are for Africa Melody, honoring our culture, music and entertainment. So tune into the Pulse of Africa and experience the vitality of our continent every day of the week. Subscribe now.
We're back to you, viewers. Well, Zalalem Theodros, I'm afraid our reporters encountered some technical issues, and so they couldn't reach us. And when those technical issues are resolved, we'll be getting them.
Yes, but we have learned that the 130th anniversary of the victory of Adwa is being celebrated across the country, and the anniversary is beautifully and colorfully being celebrated here in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, the political and diplomatic capital of Africa, in particular at Adwa Victory Memorial Museum, museum dedicated to honor and commemorate the victory of Adwa. And different high-ranking senior government officials are presented during the 130th anniversary of the victory of Adwa. For example, the President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, His Excellency Taye Asqasilase, the Speaker of the House of People Representative of the country, Honorable Taggese Chafo, and other senior government officials are presented, and also they lay raise there at Adwa Victory Memorial Museum. So we are celebrating the anniversary of the victory of Adwa. You know, this important anniversary is celebrated through demonstrations, through dialogue, through forums, conferences, and through different programs, and we'll be able to bring the feel of the sense of the celebration of the anniversary of the Adwa victory later in our discussion. But you know, earlier on we have been talking about the sovereignty, the significance of defending sovereignty and maintaining sovereignty. You know, these days the definition of sovereignty has expanded. I mean, in the earlier days, the definition of sovereignty was confined, limited, and very much restricted to land. I mean, if you protect your land from external enemies, and that means you maintained your sovereignty. And through the course of time, the definition of sovereignty expanded to include oceans and you know, waters. You know, you need to you know, protect yourself from attacks from oceans and the like, from water bodies. And you know, very recently, you know, we reach a time where we have to protect our sovereignty from air attack. You know, we need to protect your airspace from external attacks. And as a matter of time, today the attack is on data. The attack is on, you know, on artificial intelligence, and His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed was calling Ethiopians to train themselves, to immerse themselves in the world of data sovereignty, artificial intelligence. And of course, Ethiopian government is showing a steadfast commitment in terms of building and developing artificial intelligence. For example, Ethiopia has been able to establish the first artificial intelligence institute in Africa some few years ago. And His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed also announced that Ethiopia is about to launch the Artificial Intelligence University. So this university is going to be operated by 2026-2027. So Ethiopia is also showing significant stride in terms of artificial intelligence. You know, at the matter of time, now the war is on hacking, on that kind of stuff, and we need to, embrace the artificial intelligence in data sovereignty. Sovereignty is not confined to territorial integrity, land, ocean, and air. And we need to, in this digital age, in this information age, we need to protect our information as well, because information has emerged as a powerful weapon these days.
Yes, Zelalem, excuse me to pause you. We have English reporters from the place where this celebration is taking place. Let's take our viewers to our reporters.
Yeah.
Yes. Viewers, we'll be back to you after a brief break. We would like you to watch them, our reporters.
History remembers moments, but sometimes a moment remembers of people. I speak of the hour when Africa was bowed and bowed, and they have literally watched hope slip through their fingers. Then rose the mountains of Adwa, towering, silent, and eternal. From those heights came the warriors of Ethiopia, united and unwavering. Their unity was a wall that no empire could possibly break. With these flags in their hands and the fire of freedom burning in their souls, the most impossible thing became a reality. Adwa became more than just a battle. It became the sunrise for all those who have lost hope. A spark ignited courage, giving voice to dreams long silenced, echoing movements for dignity, justice, and self-determination. So we honored those who stood, fought, and fell. Those heroes in which their courage saved the entire Africa. Because at Adwa, they merely fought for land, but to restore hope, reclaim identity, and to declare that Africa, unbound, unbroken, and could still stand still. And with that, generations have inherited their history, a light that will never be out, and a fire that will never be extinguished.
As Emperor Menelik II is believed to have declared before battle, an enemy has crossed the sea. He has broken through our frontiers to come and destroy our motherland. I will rather die than live without freedom. On March 1st, 1896, Ethiopian forces secured a victory that changed African history. Today marks the 130th anniversary of that victory. As the celebrations are underway here at Adwa Memorial Museum, it is not just Ethiopians gathering here, but people from all over Africa, reminding us that this historic victory did not belong to Ethiopians alone. It belonged to all Africans. Just moments ago, Mayor of Addis Ababa, Adanechi Abebe, just made her opening address, and the message was clear. Adwa became a symbol of resistance, a symbol of black sovereignty, a symbol of what unity, preparation, and belief in one nation can achieve. Today, 130 years later, Ethiopians gather not to remember battle, but to honor that legacy of courage and independence that reshaped global history. Reporting live on this historic anniversary, I'm Tinsaya Gabiao. Stay with Pulse of Africa for more updates.
History remembers moments, but sometimes a moment remembers of people. I speak of the hour when Africa was bowed and bowed, and they have literally watched hope slip through their fingers. Then those the mountains of Adwa, towering, silent, and eternal. From those heights came the warriors of Ethiopia, united and unwavering. Their unity was a wall that no empire could possibly break. With these flags in their hands and the fire of freedom burning in their souls, the most impossible thing became a reality. Adwa became more than just a battle. It became the sunrise for all those who have lost hope. A spark ignited courage, giving voice to dreams long silenced, echoing movements for dignity, justice, and self-determination. So we honored those who stood, fought, and fell. Those heroes in which their courage saved the entire Africa. Because at Adwa, they merely fought for land, but to restore hope, reclaim identity, and to declare that Africa, unbound, unbroken, and could still stand still. And with that, generations have inherited their history, a light that will never be out, and a fire that will never be extinguished.
نعم، نحن الآن في متحف عدوا التذكاري في قلب العاصمة الإثيوبية أديس أبابا. نقف اليوم لنحيي 130 ذكرى معركة عدوا، ذكرى ملحمة صنعت التاريخ وعادت رسم صورة إفريقيا في أعين العالم. نعم، كما نعرف أن وشهد هذا الحفل حضور عدد من المسؤولين العسكريين والحكوميين، إضافة بما في ذلك رئيس جمهورية إثيوبيا تاي أسكسيلاسي وعمدة أديس أبابا أدانيتش أبيبي، إلى جانب سفراء والعسكريين أيضا من دول الإفريقية. كما نعرف كان هناك تسابقا استعماريا في أواخر القرن التاسع عشر بين القوى الكبرى لاحتلال مساحات واسعة من إفريقيا، وفي هذا السياق سعت إيطاليا لإثبات مكانتها، توجهت نحو إثيوبيا لربط مستعمراتها وبناء نفوذها في القرن الإفريقي. عندها عندها تفاقم التوتر واندلعت الحرب بين إثيوبيا وإيطاليا، والتي انتهت بهزيمة إيطاليا في معركة عدوا عام 1899، وهذا النصر أصبح رمزا للصمود ومصدر إلهام للشعوب الإفريقية في نضالها من أجل الحرية، وجزء أيضا من السردية الوطنية التي تحتفي بها سنويا. ومنذ ذلك اليوم أصبح معركة عدوا رمزا للصمود ومصدر إلهام الشعوب الإفريقية في نضالها من أجل الحرية. إذن مشاهدينا الأعزاء، أصبح انتصار عدوا جزءا من سردية الوطنية الإثيوبية التي تدرس وتحتفى بها سنويا بوصفها لحظة دفاع عن الكرامة الوطنية في وجه مشروع استعماري. كما نشاهد الآن في هذا المكان تم وضع إكليل من الزهور تحت من خلفي كما تشاهدون من ورائي، لذكرى المحاربين الشجعان الذين ضحوا حياتهم من أجل الوطن. وهذا عزز شعورا عميقا بأن إثيوبيا ليست مجرد دولة نجت من الاستعمار، بل دولة هزمت الاستعمار. إذا مشاهدينا الأعزاء، ابقوا معنا في هذه التغطية الخاصة لنوافيكم بأبرز احتفال ذكرى انتصار معركة عدوا في حي بياسا من العاصمة الإثيوبية أديس أبابا.
History remembers moments, but sometimes a moment remembers of people. I speak of the hour when Africa was bowed and bowed, and they have literally watched hope slip through their fingers. Then those the mountains of Adwa, towering, silent, and eternal. From those heights came the warriors of Ethiopia, united and unwavering. Their unity was a wall that no empire could possibly break. With these flags in their hands and the fire of freedom burning in their souls, the most impossible thing became a reality. Adwa became more than just a battle. It became the sunrise for all those who have lost hope. A spark ignited courage, giving voice to dreams long silenced, echoing movements for dignity, justice, and self-determination. So we honored those who stood, fought, and fell. Those heroes in which their courage saved the entire Africa. Because at Adwa, they merely fought for land, but to restore hope, reclaim identity, and to declare that Africa, unbound, unbroken, and could still stand still. And with that, generations have inherited their history, a light that will never be out, and a fire that will never be extinguished.
If you don't tell your story, it will be told by others. They'll talk of hunger, they'll talk of war, they'll talk of conflict, but they'll not say the things that are happening in Africa that are positive.
This is POA, a very new media organization in Ethiopia.
We have to be voice for ourselves. There is no one else that can tell our story better than us.
If it's defending African matters, then go for it. Go for Pulse Media.
This is the Pulse of Africa. Tune in, follow the journey, and learn about the news and what's shaping our African continent.
I am really impressed by the work that they are doing by telling the African story from Africa for Africans. I think it's definitely needed.
Please subscribe to the Pulse of Africa on all platforms.
We're back to you, viewers. Well, our reporters have shared us how the celebration is taking place at Adwa Memorial Museum, Adwa Victory Memorial Museum. We hope that you're enjoying the celebration with us. Zelalem and Theodros, let's go back to what we had started, which is, we can say, implication of Adwa for the current generation of Africans. And this time, I want to allow Theodros to speak because you've taken too much of the time.
شكرا جامتشس. طبعا مشاهدينا الكرام، كما كنا نتابع الآن من البث المباشر وضع إكليل من الورود في النصب التذكارية في متحف عدوى، يعني طبعا بحضور رئيس إثيوبيا تاياس سلاسي ورئيس هيئة أركان الجيش الإثيوبي برهانو جولا، وأيضا يعني رئيس مجلس النواب تاجسج أفو، وأيضا رئيسة عمدة أديس أبابا أدانج أبيبي، والعديد أيضا من الوفود والمسؤولين الأفارقة. وطبعا كما ذكرنا مسبقا يعني الانتصار أو انتصار عدوا الذي يحتفلون به لل130 يعتبر يعني رمزا ألهم الكثير من الأفارقة، ويمكن أن نأخذ يعني من بين الأفارقة الذين يعني يعتبر أسهم يعني انتصار عدوا ورمزية إثيوبيا وكرامة إثيوبيا في هذا الشيء هو نيلسون مانديلا. يعني طبعا نيلسون مانديلا من أكبر المناضلين، وكان طبعا يتخذ من إثيوبيا يعني مركزا للحرية وللكرامة أيضا، وقد زارها أيضا في فترة نضاله. وطبعا يعني تم تشييد مركز شرطة في أديس أبابا حديثا يعني باسم نيلسون مانديلا، الذي يعني كما قلت يعني استلهم أو كان يأخذ في إثيوبيا يعني رمزا للكرامة والحرية. ويعتبر طبعا يعني الاحتفال عدوى الذي يحتفل به الإثيوبيين اليوم ويحتفل أيضا به الأفارقة يعتبر من أكبر الأحداث التاريخية التي حدثت وغيرت مجرى التاريخ في الاستعمار، يعني بين الأوروبيين وبين الأفارقة، في التعامل بين الأوروبيين والأفارقة في طريقة الاستعمار وإلى آخره من كل العمليات التهميش. وكما ذكرت أن عدوى يعتبر يعني رمزا للحرية والكرامة للأفارقة، وكثير من الأفارقة يعني كانوا يعني يرونه درسا يستطيعون يعني أن يحتذوا به. وطبعا يعني أبرز لنا أهمية عدوى، أبرز لنا أهمية القيادة القوية والوحدة الوطنية في مواجهة القوى الخارجية، يعني حيث كان هنا لم يكن هنالك اتحاد إفريقي موحد بين يجمع كل الأفارقة. وأيضا ساهم لنا يعني انتصار عدوى في بناء تاريخي يعني مضاد للصورة النمطية الغربية التي يعني يظهرون فيها أن إفريقيا دولة متخلفة، إفريقيا أيضا يعني بصورة عامة دولة متخلفة وما إلى آخره. وأيضا يعني ألهم الفنانين والشعراء والكتاب من الأفارقة وحتى الأوروبيين أيضا باحتفال عدوى وانتصار عدوى الذي نحتفل به اليوم يعتبر رمزا كبيرا وسيادة وطنية ليست لإثيوبيا فقط كما نقول دائما، بل لإفريقيا بصورة عامة. تفضل جمجس.
Thank you. Well, Zalalam, we can see that this celebration is taking place colorfully, and we have high-ranking government officials at Adwa Victory Memorial Museum celebrating this great celebration. We have also seen former government, high-ranking government officials as well. Well, this shows that we as a country are giving, big place, for this celebration, the
Indeed.
victory of Adwa. Well, let's go back to where we stopped earlier, which is implication of Adwa, especially for the young generation, for the current generation in general.
Yeah, Gamach, earlier on we have been watching the live reports of our reporters from Adwa Victory Memorial Museum, and one of the beautiful thing about the live presentation of our reporters was their appearance in traditional clothes. In particular, we have seen our excuse me. In particular, we have seen our English reporter, Tinsai Gabel, from Adwa Victory Memorial Museum. She appeared with a cultural dress, traditional dress. And, the thing is, had Ethiopians were not able to defeat Italian aggressors at the Battle of Adwa, we wouldn't have dressed such kind of cultural dress, traditional clothes, and that could be taken, considered as the fruit of Adwa victory. Ethiopians today are living with their traditional clothes, with their traditional wisdom, with their indigenous language, with so many diversities, and that is because of the victory of Adwa. The victory of Adwa allowed us to preserve and maintain our indigenous knowledge, our indigenous language, our identity. So the victory of Adwa is very much to do with the identity of the people of Ethiopia. Ethiopians preserved their sovereignty and territorial integrity at the Battle of Adwa because of their unity. Ethiopia's unity has continued to serve as the source of its strength. Ethiopia's diversity has been a source of beauty and a source of strength. There were battles, by the way, before the Battle of Adwa. Before the Battle of Adwa in 1896, there were different battles. Ethiopia had passed through enormous battles, and Ethiopians defeated and humiliated external aggressors, external enemies, in different times. And, even after the Battle of Adwa, even after 1896, there were different battles over the past century, over 130 years, for example. We have seen like 3-4 major battles, and Ethiopians defeated external enemies. And one of the finest history of Ethiopia's long history is the fact that Ethiopians have never invaded other countries. But Ethiopians have been able to defend their territorial integrity and independence from external enemies. And that's, I think, the enduring lesson that we took from our long history, and in particular, that colorful victory, that resounding victory that Ethiopians gained over the battle, at the Battle of Adwa, over Italian aggressors, over white colonizers, over European aggressors, should always be remembered. And what's exactly being done today is that, the 130th anniversary of the victory of Adwa is being celebrated at Adwa Victory Memorial Museum here in Addis Ababa, and we can see that there are different high-ranking senior government officials. We have seen like the President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Taye Asqassalasie, Speaker of the House of People Representative, Honorable Taggese Chafo, Mayor of Addis Ababa City Administration, Her Excellency Adanechi Abebe, Field Marshal Birhanu Jula, Commander-in-Chief of Ethiopian Army, and also it is fantastic and great to see former government officials of Ethiopia. For example, we have seen the former President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Sahle-Work Zewde. She is Ethiopia's first female president, and she has diligently and in a patriotic sense served her country for quite a long period of time. And we have also seen former Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn. He is also a very patriotic leader. In fact, he paved the way for democratic transition in Ethiopia, and history will remember him as well.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. Well, I wish I could add more, but you have said most of them. Tedros, let me allow you.
شكرا لك قمتشس. طبعا مشاهدينا الكرام، بينما نحن نتابع الاحتفال 130 لنصر عدوى، والذي يتم الاحتفال به في العاصمة الإثيوبية أديس أبابا في منطقة بياسا بالتحديد، وبمشاركة كما ذكرنا مسبقا وفود كبيرة ومهمة جدا ومسؤولين عدة، ومن أبرزها طبعا يمكننا أن نذكر رئيس إثيوبيا تايي أسقاسلاسي، وأيضا عمدة أديس أبابا أدانيتش أبيبي، وأيضا رئيس مجلس النواب تاغسي تشافو، وأيضا يمكننا يعني ظهرت أيضا مشاركة الرئيس السابقة وأول رئيسة لإثيوبيا أيضا ساهله-ورك، التي تعتبر من أول النساء الذين يعني كانوا رؤساء لإثيوبيا، ولعبت دور كبير في نهضة وازدهار أيضا إثيوبيا. طبعا يعني تجري الاحتفالات في منطقة بياسا باحتفال عدوى، وطبعا لولا احتفال عدوى أو لولا نصر عدوى لما كنا شاهدنا الإثيوبيين ومشاركة أيضا الأفارقة في هذا الاحتفال، لما كنا شاهدنا الإثيوبيين والأفارقة يحتفلون بهذا النصر، لما كنا شاهدنا الأفارقة يحتفلون في كل بلادهم بنضالهم بتراثهم بثقافاتهم بتاريخهم إلى آخره من النضالات. لولا النضالات، لولا انتصار عدوى، لولا الانتصارات الأفريقية التي ألهمتها انتصار عدوى، لما شاهدنا الزي الإثيوبي والتقليدي الذي يلبسون الإثيوبيين، الزي العربي أيضا في الشمال أو الزي الإفريقي في الوسط وفي الجنوب وفي الغرب، لما كنا يعني شاهدنا كل ذلك التراث الثقافي لإفريقيا بصورة عامة. لذلك انتصار عدوى يعني يمكن أن نقول أنه ساهم في الحفاظ على الهوية الإثيوبية، ساهم في الحفاظ على الهوية الأفريقية. وطبعا يعني إثيوبيا طبعا إلى يومنا هذا نراها في تنمية وفي ازدهار وتحقق العديد من الانتصارات، انتصارات ليست في عدوى فقط، انتصارات عدوى الثاني والثالث والرابع، والتي طبعا هي تكون على هيئة انتصارات مثلا يمكن أن نقول في يعني زراعة قرابة 48 مليون شتلة، يعني رقم قياسي جدا حققته إثيوبيا. أيضا انتصار عدوى الجديد في شكله الجديد في إطاره الجديد عبر يعني مكافحة يعني التحديات المناخية، واستضافة يعني إثيوبيا لقمة المناخ وقمة الأغذية أيضا، ومحاربة يعني التغيرات المناخية والجفاف وإلى آخره. هنالك أيضا انتصار عدوى في السيادة الوطنية التي تتشكل في إطار السيادة الرقمية، في أيضا يعني إطار السيادة المعلوماتية، وأيضا يعني في إطار الذكاء الاصطناعي. فكما شاهدنا يعني رئيس الوزراء الإثيوبي أبي أحمد يعني تعهد بافتتاح جامعة للذكاء الاصطناعي. لذلك إثيوبيا يعني تحقق العديد من انتصارات عدوى الجديدة بشكل جديد، وكذلك إفريقيا كل دول إفريقيا من خلال شبابها الذين يعني استلهموا من نصر عدوى العديد من الإنجازات. لذلك نصر عدوى يعني حفظ لنا الهوية الإفريقية، حفظ لنا التراث والتاريخ والعقيدة والفكر والنجاح الأفريقي. لذلك نصر عدوى الذي يحتفل به الإثيوبيين والأفارقة اليوم لل130 يعتبر يعني من أهم وأبرز وأقوى الانتصارات التاريخية التي حافظت على الهوية الإفريقية بصورة عامة. شكرا لك. تفضل مجمج.
Thank you, Tedros. Thank you. Well, I think we should continue with discussing or talking about the implication of Adwa to this current generation. And in what different ways do you think it translates into our aspects?
Yeah, as we commemorate the 130th anniversary of the victory of Adwa, we need to think about the legacies of the victory of Adwa, what we have taught so far from the victory of Adwa. We are celebrating annually, but we need to take important lesson from the victory of Adwa, the unity of Ethiopia, and the unity of Ethiopians should never be compromised. And that's an enduring lesson that we should get from the victory of Adwa, and the determination, the conviction of our forefathers. The generation of Adwa should also be a good lesson for today's generation. And we need to repeat that victory through development. As a matter of time, today independence is over economy, today independence is over data. And Ethiopians need to prosper their country. Ethiopians need to change their lives. Ethiopians need to stop borrowing. Need to stop dependency kind of donation from external world. And those are lessons that we can learn from the victory of Adwa. And in particular, the war over poverty, should be taken as seriously, without beating poverty, without winning poverty, without ensuring your economic independence, you cannot ensure your political independence. So we always say that our forefathers, the generation of Adwa, shed their blood, and through their bloods and bones, Adwa generation, our forefathers maintained the sovereignty and independence of the country. Now today's generation is not expected to make that kind of sacrifice, to pay that kind of sacrifice in prices. Today's generation is expected to change the state of Ethiopia, the development scenario of Ethiopia. Like Ethiopians, put sovereignty as a priority during the time of the Battle of Adwa. Ethiopians need to put development as a priority today. We need to put our country at the highest level of prosperity. Through that way that we can maintain sovereignty. Otherwise we will lose it. And we see what has been happened these days through artificial intelligence, through digital technology. And we need to immerse ourselves to the world of digital technology, and we need to spirit the development and the journey towards digital technology, I would say.
Yes, thank you Zelalem. Tedros.
نعم لك شكرا جميتشس. مشاهدينا الكرام، علينا أن نعي أهمية انتصار عدوى وخلفياته، وكيف يمكن للشباب أن أن يستفيدوا منه يومنا هذا. طبعا هنالك السيادة الوطنية، لازم يجب أن نعلم ماذا تعلمنا منه. وانتصار عدوى طبعا علمنا السيادة الوطنية. السيادة الوطنية طبعا ليست فقط تكون في العصر أو في وقتنا هذا، ليست فقط عبر الحروب كما كانت سابقا في أيام نضال أجدادنا. بالعكس تتغير يتغير شكلها من عام إلى عام، ومن عصر إلى عصر، ومن فترة إلى فترة. ومن أهمها طبعا نصر عدوى علمنا التكاتف، الوحدة الوطنية، لأن لولا الوحدة الوطنية، لولا التكاتف بين الإثيوبيين لما انتصروا على الإيطاليين الذين كانوا يعتبروا من القوى العظمى في ذلك الوقت. وأيضا علمنا التضحيات التي قدموها أجدادنا لكي نعيش نحن اليوم رافعين رؤوسنا ونحتفل بذكرى عدوى لل130. يعلمنا التضحيات التي كانوا قدموها أجدادنا لنا، لم يجعلوا أو لم يركعوا، لم يخضعوا للاستعمار. وأيضا علمتنا أو علمنا انتصار عدوى أن نغير حياتنا النمطية، وليس أن نقف في عصر أو في وقت معين، بل بالعكس نتغير مع الزمن ونواكب العصر، سواء كان عبر التكنولوجيا أو عبر كل الحداثات، عبر التعليم وعبر الاستراتيجيات المعلوماتية أيضا. وأيضا يعني علمنا أيضا يعني محاربة والتصدي إلى السرديات الغربية أو السرديات التي تكون معادية للأفارقة. نصر عدوى علمنا متى يجب أن نتوحد كأفريقيا، كدولة إفريقية واحدة. نصر عدوى استلهم أن تتأسس منظمة الوحدة الإفريقية التي تغيرت لاحقا وأصبحت يعني مقر الاتحاد الأفريقي أو منظمة الاتحاد الأفريقي، التي يعني مقرها يعتبر في إثيوبيا. يعني نصر عدوى لديه الكثير من الدروس التي علمها لشباب اليوم. نصر عدوى علم الشباب أن لا يعني يظلون في حقبة معينة. نصر عدوى علم إثيوبيا أن تنطلق وتزدهر وتصبح يعني عين أفريقيا، مقر إفريقيا الدبلوماسي والسياسي والاقتصادي وإلى آخره من كل الشأن، يعني بروز الشأن الأفريقي. نصر عدوى كان له عدة خلفيات ساهمت في ازدهار إثيوبيا وفي ازدهار إفريقيا بصورة عامة. تفضل جميتس.
Thank you, Teodros. Both of you have explained it well, what is expected from Africans, Ethiopians in general, to learn from Adwa's victory, and it has to translate in various aspects, which is very important. Various aspects of our lives, what we do, and especially in a very competitive world these days, we have to translate the victory of Adwa into whatever is around us. Yeah. Viewers, we would like to give you a break, and we'll be back after a brief break. Stay tuned. We're back to you, viewers. As you have watched, high-ranking government officials are attending the celebration of the Adwa victory at the museum, and we can see that it is being celebrated so colorfully. Zalalam.
Yes. Yeah, we have been following that, the celebration of the 130th anniversary of the victory of Adwa from Adwa Victory Memorial Museum, and we have seen leaders, patriots, and different peoples, and of course friends of Ethiopians as well, are laying raised there at Adwa Victory Memorial Museum in the commemoration of our forefathers who sacrificed their lives to pass a sovereign and independent nation to us, and this is a great responsibility and accountability for today's generation, and we need to pass and transfer independent and sovereign nation to the next generations. Ethiopians have maintained the sovereignty and independence of the country through the sacrifice of its sons and daughters, and Ethiopians will continue to preserve their sovereignty, and our thousands of history tells us that. And as we commemorate the 130th anniversary of the victory of Adwa, we need to be reminded that this is a responsibility, and today we need to repeat that political independence we gained from the victory of Adwa on economic aspect, and we need to think about the major constraint of Ethiopia's economic independence, Ethiopia's path towards economic independence. As a matter of fact, Ethiopia is, showing remarkable economic growth over the past few years and decades, if you want to say so. Ethiopia is, of course, one of the fastest growing economy in the world, and Ethiopia's population is also growing. And at this time, critical time in history, we are reminded that one of the major constraints and obstacle in our way to economic independence is lack of sea access. The lack of sea access is hampering Ethiopia's economic growth and development in many ways. Now, Ethiopia's import and export trade is very much limited on a single port. More than 90% of Ethiopia's import and export trade is conducted through the port of Djibouti, and Ethiopia needs to diversify its sea access, its port access, and that's the question of the day. And of course, Ethiopians, together with their government, are doing very much in terms of peacefully and democratically secure sea access for its burgeoning population growth and for its ever increasing economic growth. And this has been supported by various diplomats, ambassadors, international community. I, as a seasoned journalist of this country, have the opportunity and good fortune of interviewing many ambassadors, residing here in Ethiopia. For example, UK's ambassador to Ethiopia, United States ambassador to Ethiopia, Chinese ambassador to Ethiopia, Russian ambassador to Ethiopia, the Republic of Russian ambassador to Ethiopia. All of them understand, and many other African ambassadors also understand the fact that Ethiopia need sea access. They understood the fact that Ethiopia's quest for sea access is something understandable. As a country who has 130 plus million population and growing economy, you need to diversify your sea access. So the international community, I would say, understand Ethiopia's peaceful quest for sea access. So the people of Ethiopia is also showing unwavering commitment to the government's stance, to the government's diplomatic and peaceful move towards securing sea access. Ethiopia at this time is paying close to $2 billion for port fee, and this is huge sum of money, and this is unbearable. This can never be sustainable. So Ethiopia needs to have sustainable and uninterrupted sea access. So the question of the day is, one of the question of the day, at least I would say, is sea access, and we need to secure sea access in a peaceful and diplomatic and democratic manner. And Ethiopia has chosen this mechanism, I mean peaceful and diplomatic way. And Ethiopia's neighbors need to understand Ethiopia's quest for sea access as well. Ethiopia is showing its unwavering commitment for peaceful Africa, for prosperous Africa. For example, when Ethiopia completed the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, Ethiopia has not been utilizing the fruits of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam for its own sake. In fact, Ethiopia is also exporting electricity for neighboring countries of South Sudan, for example, Djibouti, for example. And there are agreements with countries of Eastern Africa, including Kenya and others. So Ethiopia is, working under the principle of win-win, under the principle of mutual benefit, under the principle of regional integration. And this is very much in line with the African Union Agenda 2063, which envisages to see a prosperous and integrated Africa. You know, for Africa to be prosperous, we need to be integrated. We are continuously saying that Africa needs to repeat its political independence in economic independence. And the way to ensure economic independence is through integration. You know, a lot can be done through regional integration, economic integration, trade integration, and sea access could be the way to foster and to strengthen regional integration. So this peaceful quest for sea access needs to be understood by Ethiopia's neighbors, I would say.
Yes, Jalalum, you've explained it very well. Let me go to Theodros.
شكرا جامتشس. مشاهدينا الكرام، بينما يحتفل الإثيوبيين والأفارقة في العاصمة الإثيوبية أديس أبابا بالذكرى 130 لاحتفال عدوا وانتصار عدوا، دعونا يعني نتذكر أو نعيد في أذهاننا شيئا مهم، وهي تداعيات انتصار عدوا على الإثيوبيين وعلى الأفارقة. فمن أبرز التداعيات التي يمكن أن نقول أو استلهمت أو نصر عدوا استلهمه هو منهم نيلسون مانديلا وكوامي نكروما وباتريس لومومبا وإلى آخره من المناضلين الذين كانوا يرون في إفريقيا هذا الانتصار الذي جعلهم يناضلون ويحررون مناطقهم ودولهم ويحررون إفريقيا بصورة عامة. وطبعا يمكننا حديثا يعني أخذ من أهم انتصارات عدوا الذي يعتبر أيضا لإثيوبيا من أكبر الانتصارات والإفريقيا أيضا هو صد النهضة الإثيوبي الكبير. هو يعني يعتبر من أهم ولا يقل شأنا عن انتصار عدوا، لأنه طبعا يعني خلق تكامل إقليميا بين دول الجوار وبين دول القرن الإفريقي وإفريقيا كاملة. فصد النهضة كما نعلم يعني الينابيع والمياه التي يعني تخرج من الهضبة الإثيوبية من إثيوبيا بصورة عامة يعني أسست لنا وخلقت لنا صد النهضة الإثيوبي الذي طبعا إثيوبيا اعتبرته إنجازا كبير، وأيضا الأفارقة أيضا اعتبروه إنجازا كبير يساهم يعني في تطوير الكهرباء وتطوير الاقتصاد الإثيوبي وأيضا تطوير الاقتصاد للدول المجاورة يعني لخلق تكامل إقليمي. وأيضا انتصار عدوا يعني علمنا الصيادة الوطنية ليست فقط في الأرض بل أرضا جوا وأيضا عبر البحار. لذلك نرى إثيوبيا أيضا تريد أن تحقق انتصارا جديدا عبر الوصول إلى البحر الأحمر بطرق سلمية. طبعا يعني كما نعلم أن كل الدول المجاورة معظم الدول الإفريقية يعني الذين يعني تقع في شمال شرق إفريقيا وفي القرن الإفريقي يستفيدون من المياه التي تنبع من إثيوبيا، وإثيوبيا أيضا يعني ساهمت وتساعد لكي يستفيد كل دول الجوار من المياه الإثيوبية سواء كان عبر الكهرباء أو عبر الزراعة من أجل خلق تكامل إقليمي من أجل الوحدة الإفريقية. إثيوبيا يعني لم تحتضن المقر الأفريقي يعني من فراغ، بل لأنها لديها رؤية أفريقية، لديها نضال إفريقي. لذلك إثيوبيا أيضا يعني من الدول كما نعلم أنها من الدول التي تحقق يعني قفزة صناعية وزراعية وتكنولوجية أيضا. لذلك كما نعلم أنها تعتمد فقط على ميناء جيبوتي في يعني في الاستيراد وفي التصدير بنسبة 80 إلى 90%. لذلك تريد عبر طرق سلمية أن توسع هذا المجال عبر يعني الدول المجاورة أيضا لتحصل على منفذ بحري بطرق سلمية من أجل أيضا التكامل الإقليمي. يعني إذا كان الدول المجاورة تستفيد من المياه الإثيوبية، لماذا أيضا إثيوبيا لا تستفيد من الميناء للدول المجاورة أيضا لخلق تكامل إقليمي كما تقول دائما. وطبعا السفراء إثيوبيا لديها يعني مقر لمعظم الدول الإفريقية والدول الأجنبية أيضا. هنالك العديد من السفارات، وطبعا يعني قناة نبض إفريقيا لديها باللغة الإنجليزية وباللغة العربية أيضا لديها العديد من اللقاءات مع سفراء عدة وكبار، يعني منهم سفراء من تنزانيا والولايات المتحدة وعدة سفراء من إفريقيا والعالم، وهم يعني يتفاهمون ويدركون ويعون جيدا يعني الرغبة الإثيوبية هي في الحصول على منفذ بحري من أجل الازدهار ومن أجل التكامل الاقتصادي ومن أجل أيضا يعني احتواء 130 مليون نسمة تقريبا من الشعب الإثيوبي، يعتبر يعني دون منفذ بحري، وهذا شيء مهم يعني لخلق تكامل اقتصادي ولخلق أيضا يعني التجارة عبر الاستيراد وعبر التصدير. الدول أيضا المجتمع الدولي يتفهم جدا يعني ماهية ورغبة إثيوبيا السلمية في الحصول على منفذ بحري، لأنه كله كما ذكرنا إثيوبيا تسعى لكل هذا من أجل خلق هذا التكامل الإفريقي، خلقه كله في إطار سلمي وليس طبعا يعني عبر النزاعات وعبر يعني التصريحات العدائية كما يعني يروج لها بعض الدول التي يعني تريد انتساب شيئا ليس في إثيوبيا. لذلك يعني نرى إثيوبيا تحاول كل يوم يوما بعد يوم أن تخلق نصر عدوى جديد كل يوم، مرة عبر سد النهضة، مرة عبر التكنولوجيا، مرة عبر الاقتصاد. وكذلك الدول الإفريقية تستفيد من انتصار عدوى كما ذكرت، لأننا رأينا نضالهم في ذلك وتحرير بلادهم، وأيضا يعني انطلاق من الجزائر، إطلاق أقمار صناعية. إثيوبيا تطلق أقمار صناعية، وجنوب إفريقيا وكل الدول لديها انتصارات عدوى بشكل يعني إفريقي بصورة كاملة. تفضل جمتس.
Thank you, Teodros. Well, at Adwa Museum, at Adwa Victory Memorial Museum, a speech is being given by speakers. We can see that, and I hope our reporters will give us the details of the speeches.
Yeah, we expect.
Yeah, so let's continue, Zalalem, again. Let me take you, the both of you, to the 39th AU Summit and the deliberations that were, of course, reflected or made during that session. Or we remember that all African leaders who attended the 39th AU session, they agreed unanimously that Africans should stop just becoming exporters of their inputs or their resources, and they need to value add to their natural resources and benefit from what they have, from what they own. Now, poverty is prevalent, as we know, across Africa, and the leaders have vowed to change the way things have been, entertained as far as exporting minerals or resources to the outside world is concerned.
Yeah, we consistently are saying like Africa is rich but Africans are poor. Yes. That's the statement to show the fact that Africa has abundant natural resource, mineral resource necessary for the prosperity of the continent, but Africans are still poor. That display the fact that Africans are not utilizing their own resource for the betterment of their lives. And I mean, Africa, it's high time that Africa needs to utilize their own natural resource rather than exporting raw materials for outside world. They need to utilize their own natural resource for the prosperity of their respective nation. So at the 39 African Union Summit, we have witnessed a very important deliberations from African leaders. We are talking about the victory of Adwa, the 130th anniversary of the victory of Adwa, and the fruits of the victory of Adwa is continental organizations like the African Union and the former Organization of African Unity. I mean, leaders of Africa during that time established this important continental organization here in Addis Ababa because they recognize the efforts, the contributions, the sacrifice made by Ethiopia, because Ethiopia, because of the victory of Adwa, is serving as a beacon of African independence and African freedom. Because of the victory of Adwa, Africans during that time were awakened to wage kind of anti-colonial struggle against their colonizers. And, till today, the African Union Summit is being conducted in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, which is also referred as the political capital of Africa. because of the victory of Adwa, we see other continental organizations as well, and global organizations. For example, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa is established here in Addis Ababa, and those global and continental organizations have very much to do with the victory of Adwa, a decisive victory that Ethiopia gained over colonial aggressors at the Battle of Adwa. We have also been talking about the lessons that we need to take from the victory of Adwa, and we have been saying that we need to foster development, and the other thing is, I would say, democracy. Ethiopians are very much active. Ethiopians are very much clever and tough and committed in terms of defending Ethiopia's territorial integrity, Ethiopia's national independence and sovereignty from external aggressors, from colonizers, from those who want to put Ethiopia in kind of colony. But Ethiopians are not as such active and clever and committed in terms of building, in terms of installing, in terms of nurturing democratic systems in their home country. And it's high time that Ethiopians are required to nurture democratic system in their country, because it is through democracy that we can ensure the welfare of the society. It is through democracy that we can hear the voice of the people. It is through democracy that we can ensure the will of the people. The will of the people should always be respected, and we have seen also growth in terms of democracy in this historical nation.
Zelalem, excuse me, I want you to go to Professor Raymond Jonas, author of African History. Would you tell us about what is done?
Nice. So Professor Raymond Jonas is currently working as Professor of History at the University of Washington in the United States of America. He is the author of the book The Battle of Adwa, African Victory in the Age of Empire. By the way, Professor Raymond Jonas is one of the very few white writers and historians.
I think you talked to him.
Yes, who wrote about a comprehensive history of the Battle of Adwa and the victory of Adwa. And I had a good fortune and opportunity to talk to him through Zoom, through digital platform, and I have interviewed him, and I raised enormous question for him regarding the Battle of Adwa, the victory of Adwa. And I think if the directors are prepared to play that interview, that fascinating interview, I think listeners and viewers could get a lot from this important interview.
Of course, Zelalem, let's allow our viewers to watch the interview you had with Professor Raymond
Jonas.
Viewers, we would like to invite you to watch the interview we had, our POA had, in this case, Zelalem had with Professor Raymond Jonas, and we'll be back to you after that.
Can you paint the picture of the Battle of Adwa for our mass audience, like why and how the Battle of Adwa was fought?
The Italians have mobilized about 15,000 troops, as well as about 6,000 mercenaries, known colloquially as askari.
How Ethiopians were able to defeat Italy, well prepared, well organized.
And in fact, the Italians are counting on this rivalry among regional rulers to tear apart the Ethiopian initiative.
How do you investigate the contribution of Ethiopian leadership, the then leadership of Ethiopia, such as King Menelik and his wife Empress Taitu, in winning the battle?
One of the great challenges of any army is how you keep an army fed, how you keep its spirits high. I mean, morale is important for a successful army.
In 1884, 1885, European leaders conducted a historical conference in the city of Berlin, Germany. The conference was about ways of scrambling Africa among themselves. Afterwards, Europeans entered to Africa and colonized almost the entire continent. In that tough time of colonization, there was one country that successfully defended its sovereignty and independence from foreign aggressors from European colonization. That country was Ethiopia. On the 1st of March 1896, Ethiopians defeated Italian aggressors, colonizers at the Battle of Adwa. Ethiopia's resounding victory over Italy ignited anti-colonial struggle across Africa. Hello and very warm welcome. My guest for today is Professor Raymond Jonas. Professor Raymond Jonas is Professor of History at the University of Washington in United States of America. Professor Raymond Jonas is the author of the book, The Battle of Adwa, African Victory in the Age of Empire. Professor Raymond Jonas is in Seattle, United States. We are reaching Professor Raymond via Zoom. Hello, Professor, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. It's an honor and privilege to have you in our show. But first, can you paint the picture of the Battle of Adwa for our mass audience, like why and how the Battle of Adwa was fought, and what were the consequences, the outcomes of the Battle of Adwa?
Yes. So the Battle of Adwa was fought as part of a struggle over northeastern Africa. The fighting that breaks out in 1896, in fact, has a long history, which I'm sure your listeners and viewers can acquaint themselves with. But what matters in terms of the Battle of Adwa is that this is a decisive conflict between Ethiopian forces and Italian forces. Italians had pushed as far south as Lake Ashenge, and this was an intolerable situation from the Ethiopian point of view. Menelik and Taitu organized their forces, and the key to their strategy is to organize an overwhelming force, that is an Ethiopian force of at least 80,000 and possibly as large as 120,000. This would overwhelm the Italians, who are thinking in much more conventional colonial warfare terms. They've mobilized, the Italians have mobilized about 15,000 troops, as well as about 6,000 mercenaries, known colloquially as askari. So in total, they have about 20,000. And what Emperor Menelik has done is to organize an audience or an army of overwhelming size. There are preliminary conflicts at Lake Ashenge, at Ambalaje, and Mekele, but the decisive conflict happens at Adwa on the 1st of March, 1896. You asked about the consequences of the war. The most obvious one is that Italy is forced out of Ethiopian territory, forced to retreat into Eritrea, or what they've called Eritrea. This is, for them, of course, a humiliating defeat. For Ethiopia, of course, it consolidates the Ethiopian territory and Ethiopian state, and at the same time consolidates the rule of Emperor Menelik and Empress Taitu.
Apparently, Adwa victory is not an ordinary victory. In fact, the victory of Adwa has multiple consequences and implications. I will come to those important points later in the interview. But how Ethiopians were able to defeat Italy, well-prepared, well-organized, and modern army of Italy?
So the secret to Ethiopian victory was the fact that they could put an army in the field that was simply overwhelming. And this required drawing upon the resources of rivals, some of a number of Ethiopian leaders, some of whom are rivals to Menelik himself. I'm thinking of Ras Mangasha, who's the son of Emperor Johannes, the predecessor of Emperor Menelik. He sees himself as the rightful heir to the throne and deeply resents the role that Menelik has assumed for himself. Tekle Haymanot of Gojam also is a collaborator, but also a potential rival for power. So this is the situation in Ethiopia is one where Menelik has to bring into the defensive strategy figures, people who are potentially rivals to him. And in fact, the Italians are counting on this rivalry among regional rulers to tear apart the Ethiopian initiative. So the Italians are in fact surprised and in fact deeply concerned when they find out that the Ethiopian forces have congealed, that they have come together and they're able to fight together effectively as a single army. Their military intelligence tells them that Ethiopian forces are likely to be torn apart by internal differences. And that's not based on, simple rumor. I mean, there's evidence to suggest that there are differences and these could break out into the open. But in fact, they don't. And that's the secret to Ethiopian victory at Adwa. When the fight actually happens on the 1st of March, 1896, the size of the Ethiopian army is such that it completely overwhelms, completely envelops the Italian positions. Once the fight begins, there's really no doubt about the outcome. The Ethiopian strategy is one of envelopment, and it turns out to be a successful strategy.
How do you investigate the contribution of Ethiopian leadership, the then leadership of Ethiopia, such as King Menelik and his wife Empress Taitu, in winning the battle?
What's interesting about the way the campaign unfolds, because you have to remember that this is a campaign that carries on for months. And one of the great challenges of any army is how you keep an army fed, how you keep its spirits high. I mean, morale is important for a successful army. And so the part of the wonder, if you like, of the Adwa campaign is that Emperor Menelik and Empress Taitu are able to keep this army together, keep morale relatively high, keep the army fed over hundreds of miles from where the campaign begins when they leave Addis Ababa all the way up to this decisive encounter at Adwa. It's not an easy thing to do. This is a part of what you could call a logistical challenge, but it's part of their success has to do with the fact that they're joined by armies along the way. At Ambalaje, for example, at Mekele, the size of the Ethiopian forces grow as they're joined by forces from other parts of the country. And it's this very skillful campaign ultimately that assures the success of the campaign.
In your book titled The Battle of Adwa, African Victory in the Age of Empire, you depicted the notion that the victory of Adwa is the victory of Africa. How do you come to say that?
So, yes, I mean, it is a victory for Africa because what it shows is that Africa can be free. I mean, that's the ultimate lesson of the Battle of Adwa. Up until 1896 and the 1st of March and this decisive combat, there's a strong presumption on the part of Europeans, and you mentioned the Congress of Berlin, there's a strong presumption on the part of Europeans that Africa ultimately will be dominated by European imperial powers. And what the Battle of Adwa shows is that that future is not inevitable. That's the future that's projected for Africa, but it's not an inevitable future. And what the Battle of Adwa does is to, in effect, to put a stop to this particular ambition and this particular vision of the future. And it simply says, this isn't a necessary future. There are other futures that we can imagine, including a future where Africa is free.
Ethiopia gained that magnificent, resounding victory over Italy by the time the whole Africa were under the colony of Europe. So how Adwa victory ignited anti-colonial struggle across Africa and across black people around the world?
I think the significance of the Adwa victory is that it holds out the possibility of a different future. The symbolic force of Adwa is there all the time. And that's one of the reasons why in the African diaspora, the colors of the African flag, for example, are an important part of a kind of Pan-African patriotism. That it's the symbolic importance of Ethiopia ultimately that matters for people in the Caribbean, for people in sub-Saharan Africa, for people in the United States of African heritage. They can look to Ethiopia as this example of what African can be in terms of freedom and sovereignty.
As you eloquently explained, Ethiopia gained that decisive, crucial victory over Italy through unity. So how do you advise Ethiopians in terms of challenging, struggling the present and future challenges through unity and collaboration among themselves?
Well, I think part of the story of Adwa is that Ethiopians, despite profound differences, are able to come together. And in a sense, it's an old story about how people who don't necessarily always agree are forced to come together and work together because of an external threat. It's the challenge of Italy to Ethiopia, ultimately, that causes people to set aside some very real and profound differences for the sake of a common good. That's the story in effect of, it's a very, in a sense, a common story that people have to set aside differences in order to prevail in a common project. And it is very clearly an example that we can take from the story of the Battle of Adwa.
Professor Raymond Jonas, Professor of History at the University of Washington in the United States of America, I thank you very much for taking time to conduct this interview, and I hope I will see you in another show. I thank you very much, Professor. Bye.
It's been my pleasure. Thank you very much.
Well, that was my interesting interview with Professor Raymond Jonas, Professor of History at the University of Washington in USA. Professor Raymond Jonas is also author of the book, The Battle of Adwa, African Victory in the Age of Empire. I hope you enjoyed the interview as much as I did. Many thanks for watching, and bye for now.
History remembers moments, but sometimes a moment remembers of people. I speak of the hour when Africa was bowed and bowed, and they have literally watched hope slip through their fingers. Then those the mountains of Adwa, towering, silent, and eternal. From those heights came the warriors of Ethiopia, united and unwavering. Their unity was a wall that no empire could possibly break. With these flags in their hands and the fire of freedom burning in their souls, the most impossible thing became a reality. Adwa became more than just a battle. It became the sunrise for all those who have lost hope. A spark ignited courage, giving voice to dreams long silenced, echoing movements for dignity, justice, and self-determination. So we honored those who stood, fought, and fell. Those heroes in which their courage saved the entire Africa. Because at Adwa, they merely fought for land, but to restore hope, reclaim identity, and to declare that Africa, unbound, unbroken, and could still stand still. And with that, generations have inherited their history, a light that will never be out, and a fire that will never be extinguished.
If you don't tell your story, it will be told by others. They'll talk of hunger, they'll talk of war, they'll talk of conflict, but they'll not say the things that are happening in Africa that are positive.
This is POA, a very new media organization in Ethiopia.
We have to be voice for ourselves. There is no one else that can tell our story better than us.
If it's defending African matters, then go for it. Go for Pulse Media.
This is the Pulse of Africa. Tune in, follow the journey, and learn about the news and what's shaping our African continent.
I am really impressed by the work that they are doing by telling the African story from Africa for Africans. I think it's definitely needed.
Please subscribe to the Pulse of Africa on all platforms.
The victory of Adwa, a legacy of freedom for the whole Africa.
History remembers moments, but sometimes a moment remembers of people. I speak of the hour when Africa was bowed and bowed, and they have literally watched hope slip through their fingers. Then those the mountains of Adwa, towering, silent, and eternal. From those heights came the warriors of Ethiopia, united and unwavering. Their unity was a wall that no empire could possibly break. With these flags in their hands and the fire of freedom burning in their souls, the most impossible thing became a reality. Adwa became more than just a battle. It became the sunrise for all those who have lost hope. A spark ignited courage, giving voice to dreams long silenced, echoing movements for dignity, justice, and self-determination. So we honored those who stood, fought, and fell. Those heroes in which their courage saved the entire Africa. Because at Adwa, they merely fought for land, but to restore hope, reclaim identity, and to declare that Africa, unbound, unbroken, and could still stand still. And with that, generations have inherited their history, a light that will never be out, and a fire that will never be extinguished.
Welcome to the Pulse of Africa, your gateway to Africa's vibrant stories, voices and visions. Join us every Monday and Wednesday for POA in Depth, where we provide sharp analysis of pressing current affairs, keeping you informed and engaged. Tuesdays feature the Africa We Want, dedicated to the African Union's Agenda 2063, discover Africa's journey toward a prosperous and integrated future. On Thursdays, tune into El Dorado, highlighting Africa's rich natural resources and how they can drive true prosperity. Fridays bring you Roundup, where seasoned journalists discuss enduring issues shaping our continent's destiny. Saturdays showcase the editorial, offering Pulse of Africa's perspective on Africa's challenges and opportunities, and celebrate the notables, recognizing remarkable Africans making a difference. And don't forget Sundays are for Africa Melody, honoring our culture, music and entertainment. So tune into the Pulse of Africa and experience the vitality of our continent every day of the week. Subscribe now.
We're back to you, viewers. Well, high-ranking government officials have delivered speeches at the museum, at the Adwa Victory Memorial Museum. And if we start with Mayor Adanech Abebe, she said Adwa is the foundation for journey toward prosperity. Adwa is a grand symbol of unity and heroism. And of course, she has said many other things as well. Zalalam.
Exactly, Gamaj. The 130th anniversary of the victory of Adwa is being celebrated at Adwa Victory Memorial Museum in the city of Addis Ababa, in the capital city of Ethiopia, and of course the capital city of Africa. And different leaders of Ethiopia are delivering a speech there at Adwa Victory Memorial Museum, and we will bring those speeches, the important message conveyed there to our viewers. And one of the speakers there was the mayor of the Addis Ababa City Administration, Her Excellency Adanech Abebe. By the way, Mayor Adanech Abebe is a brilliant mayor who is changing the face of Addis Ababa for better. You know, many Africans, journalists, ambassadors, diplomats are witnessing and testifying about the change they witnessed in Addis Ababa. You know, we have seen that the change in Addis Ababa, the miraculous and miraculous change in Addis Ababa, is becoming a source of dialogue and discussion in different parliaments in Africa. So Mayor Adanech Abebe is making significant stride in terms of changing the face of Addis Ababa. Coming to her important message at Adwa Victory Memorial Museum in the commemoration of the 130th anniversary of the victory of Adwa, she said that Adwa Victory is a symbol of unity and heroism. Indeed, Adwa is a symbol of unity. You know, during the Battle of Adwa, there were differences in Ethiopia, differences between and among different regional leaders during that time, differences in the way, in the thinking, the way the country should go. There were differences in many aspects, but those regional leaders, religious leaders, and different leaders of the country put aside their differences, and they come in unison, they come in unity, and they defended their country from external aggression. And unity is a lesson that we took from the victory of Adwa, she said. And she also raised the issue of economic independence, like wheat development. And she said that Ethiopia is trying to repeat that kind of victory in wheat development, in wheat production. And earlier on, we have been saying that Ethiopia has been making significant steps, has been making significant improvement and achievement in terms of wheat export. Ethiopia, for the first time in its recent history, has been able to export wheat product for the rest of the world. You know, much of the history of Ethiopia is connected to donation of wheat, where Ethiopia has been donated a great deal of wheat from outside world. But these days, because of the efforts of the government and the people of Ethiopia, Ethiopia is rewriting a new narrative in terms of wheat development, in terms of wheat product. And that was highlighted by Her Excellency Adanech Abebe, the mayor of Addis Ababa City Administration. By the way, Ethiopia's move towards food self-sufficiency is getting recognition internationally, globally. For example, we remember that the United Nations Food System Summit has been conducted in Ethiopia. This is in recognition of Ethiopia's achievement, a remarkable achievement in terms of food self-sufficiency. And we remember that a few years ago in 2024, FAO also awarded Ethiopia's Prime Minister, His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Agricola Award. Yes. You know, His Excellency received Agricola Award from Rome by FAO. So Ethiopia's significant stride and achievement in terms of food self-sufficiency is recognized internationally. So this should be the way that we commemorate the victory of Adwa. We need to repeat, we need to emulate the legacies of the victory of Adwa, like unity, determination and conviction in our development endeavors.
Exactly. Thank you, Zelalem. Tedros.
اوكي شكرا جميتشس. طبعا تجري الاحتفالات في مدينة أديس أبابا في العاصمة أديس أبابا باحتفال عدوى لل130 وطبعا كانت هنالك عدة كلمات للمسؤولين والوفود وكان طبعا من أبرز الكلمات التي ألقتها هي عمدة أديس أبابا أدانج أبيبي وطبعا يعني قالت أو ركزت على أن عدوى هي أساس رحلتنا نحو الازدهار أي رحلة إثيوبيا وأيضا قالت أنها جسدت الوحدة الوطنية والبطولة والشجاعة للإثيوبيين وذكرت أن الوحدة هي التي جعلت إثيوبيا تنتصر على الغزاة في تلك الوقت وأشارت أن الوحدة هي يعني أساس نمو الازدهار وأيضا أشارت في خطابها إلى صد النهضة وأيضا إلى البصمة الخضراء حيث أن إثيوبيا يعني زرعت أكثر من 40 مليون تقريبا 40 مليون شتلة وطبعا أدانج أبيبي يعني هي من العمدات في إفريقيا بصورة عامة التي تحدث طفرة عمرانية حديثة جدا في أديس أبابا كما يشاهدها كل الزوار ويرون يعني التغيير على أرض الواقع وإثيوبيا طبعا يعني تعتبر لديها أو تحاول كل يوم بعد يوم أن تحدث طفرة جديدة أن تحدث انتصار جديد كانتصار عدوى سواء كان عبر النقل عبر الخطوط الطيران الإثيوبي عفوا أو عبر أيضا الاكتفاء الذاتي في تصدير القمح وحصول أيضا رئيس الوزراء على جائزة في ذلك لذلك يعني إثيوبيا كل يوم نراها تحدث انتصارا جديدا في عدوى يعني انتصارا جديدا إسر عدوى كل انتصار يخلد هو خلفية أو ينعكس على الانتصار القديم أو الذي حدث في عام 1896 على هزيمة الإيطاليين وهزيمة الهيمنة الأوروبية على الأفارقة. تفضل جميجس.
Thank you, Zelalem. Well, we watched that high-ranking government officials, including President Haile Selassie, are giving speeches at the museum.
Yes.
Lots of speeches are taking place. So I hope our reporters will get us the messages.
Yeah, the messages.
Yes.
Later. Earlier on, we have been following and watching my interesting interview with Professor of History, Professor Raymond Jonas.
Yeah.
Professor Raymond Jonas is currently working as a Professor of History at Washington University in the United States of America, and I interviewed him through Zoom from the United States of America. By the way, Professor Raymond Jonas is one of few white writers and historians who, compiled a detailed history of the victory of Adwa, who brought us a comprehensive detail on the history of the victory of Adwa. The thing is, the victory of Adwa is a monumental achievement, isn't it? It has inspired Africans and black people around the world. Not only that, the victory of Adwa has changed the course of history. Before the Battle of Adwa, before the victory of Adwa, the perception was, the belief was that whites are always superior. And, the victory of Adwa shattered that belief. So it is a global history, it's a world history. But this victory has not received the attention that it deserves. In fact, white historians, European historians and writers, researchers didn't write that much on the victory of Adwa. And, it is going to be the history. It's going to be the responsibility of today's generation. It should be the responsibility of Africans and black people around the world to compile a detailed history of the victory of Adwa, because we are saying that African history is somewhere lost, and we need to restore the history, the heritage, the culture, the identity, the wisdom of Africa. So that started from knowing the history, writing the history, investigating and compiling the history, and transferring that true history, nuanced history, to the coming generation. And Professor Raymond Jonas is, like I said, one of the few historians who wrote a comprehensive history of the victory of Adwa. You know, Gamach, for example, when I try to search information about the victory of Adwa through internet, you know, I have not obtained that much information about the victory of Adwa because it has not been written. Yes. You know, historians, researchers, academia have not written enough about the victory of Adwa. So it is the responsibility of journalists, for example. It should be the responsibility of researchers and academians to write a detailed history of the victory of Adwa, so that today's generation and the next generation will know the history of Adwa, so that they will repeat that victory in their daily routines. In the, you know, for example, today there are pressing challenges all over the world, including here in Africa, Ethiopia. So to repeat the victory of Adwa, we need to take lessons from that important and colorful history. So in my professional career, for example, I was able to interview various professors. For example, Professor Raymond Jonas being the one, and Professor Baharu Zodi, Professor of History, who is also currently teaching history at the University of Addis Ababa. And he is a notable professor of history, in particular in investigating and researching Ethiopian history. And I also interviewed Professor Shumat Sishen, who is also a distinguished professor of history. So all of them, all professors, agreed on the fact that the factor that enabled Ethiopia to defeat Italian aggressors at the Battle of Adwa was their unity. You know, the significance of unity can never be overestimated. You know, unity has always been vital in the success of Ethiopia. You know, before the Battle of Adwa, there were enormous success. After the Battle of Adwa, there were wars and battles waged against Ethiopia from external enemies. But Ethiopians have been able to survive those wars because of their unity. And you know, the concept of unity, I mean the idea of unity, is also entertained today during the Adwa, during the celebration of the 130th anniversary of the victory of Adwa. For example, earlier on, the mayor of the Addis Ababa city administration, Her Excellency Adwa Chababe, was also saying that unity should be the legacy of the victory of Adwa. And today Ethiopia is facing challenge in terms of many aspects. So the way to pass those hard times, difficult times, is through unity, through strengthening and solidifying our unity. There might be divisions, there might be differences in the way the country is going, but we shouldn't put Ethiopia's sovereignty and independence on the table. And what we learned from the history of the victory of Adwa is that Ethiopians' ancestors, our forefathers, the generation of Adwa, didn't put the issue of sovereignty and independence on the table. The issue of sovereignty has never been compromised in Ethiopia's history. And this is, I think, the enduring lesson that we should never ever forget.
Yes, Zelalem, you've told us very well, especially what Professor Raymond Jonas has said. But let me ask you, as you talked to him, did he mention, you know, anything that serves as a bridge between the past generation or the generation of the Adwa and the current generation, in case you might have asked him?
Yeah, I have asked him lots of questions. To be honest with you, I have not raised this question for Professor Raymond Jonas, but I did raise this question for Professor Baharu Zodi, Professor of History at Addis Ababa University. I asked him, like, the generation of Adwa defeated Italian aggressors, powerful colonizers, at the Battle of Adwa, even though their capacity was incomparable. But do you think today's generation can defeat the same kind of powerful enemy? I asked him, and he replied, you know, the source of strength for Ethiopia is its unity, and he affirmed that Ethiopia's unity has continued till today. For example, he said that after the Battle of Adwa, Ethiopians have fought with foreign aggressors 3-4 times, and Ethiopians have humiliated foreign aggressors, external enemies, in different battles in the north. In the east part of Ethiopia, there were different external aggressors, and Ethiopians defeated them. And Ethiopia's unity is still with us today. Professor Baharu Zodi responded. And we can see, for example, that 7-8 years ago, when Ethiopian Prime Minister, the current Prime Minister of the country, His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, came to power, he was preaching about the unity of Ethiopia, the prosperity of Ethiopia, the independence of Ethiopia. He has been very much, toward Ethiopianism, Ethiopian unity, Ethiopian glory. He is working all the way to ensure Ethiopia's glory. So Ethiopians have shown unwavering support for His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed because he carried the idea of unity, he carried the legacy of unity and independence and sovereignty. So we can definitely say that Ethiopians' unity is still with us, and it is becoming, of course, the source of our identity, like our culture, like our traditional dress, our traditional song. Ethiopian unity is becoming part of our identity. It's our blood, For example, Ethiopians, look divided when you see them from outside. But, in the times of external attack, in the times of external invasion, they are always united. Even in the time of the Battle of Adwa, there was considerable divisions and differences between and among regional leaders, religious leaders, nobles, and some of them were also fighting against the then leader and ruler of Ethiopia. But during that external invasion, they stood as one, and they marched to the mountains and hills of Adwa, and they humiliated external aggressors, namely Italy. So Professor Baharu Zodi said Ethiopia's unity is with us today, he said.
Well, Zelalem, again, you make me think of another question as you explained me.
That means I explained it well.
That's
if I invite you for another question.
Yeah, of course. I also want to ask you if you ever asked any of these historians or these history professors. Well, as you mentioned it well, Ethiopians during that time still had divisions among themselves. There had been conflict of interest. There had been, conflict that arose from power share, resource sharing, etc. And of course personal interest, we don't know. And still, even though these challenges were there, Ethiopians were united against a common enemy, an invader. And what is it, that thing, that element that brought these Ethiopians united, that allowed them to mobilize resources, both human and property, from all over the country, and then be able to march to the Adwa battlefield? What element is there exactly at that time, and have you ever asked if any of those elements exist prevalent these days as well?
Yes, the simple, short and clear answer is the quest for sovereignty, the quest for national independence. It is the quest for sovereignty that brought Ethiopians together, even though they developed a kind of divisions and adversaries, and there were also immense subversive activities during that time. But because Ethiopians, wanted their sovereignty and independence, they marched together. And one of the things that Professor Raymond Jonas said was that Ethiopians' leadership that time was also brilliant. He said that King Menelik at that time understood that Italians were, the ambition of Italian, the vision of Italian was to make Ethiopia their protectorate, and Italy's ambition was, never negotiable. And Italians wanted to subjugate and dominate Ethiopia, and King Menelik understood them, but he didn't communicate their hidden mission to them. Rather, he kept that hidden mission to himself and the people around him, and he was preparing for the war because he understood that war was inevitable, because he knew that Ethiopians didn't compromise their sovereignty and independence, and the ambition and the interest of Italy was to colonize Ethiopia. So their interest was irreconcilable, so that war was inevitable. King Menelik understood this, and he was preparing for the war. You know, Ethiopia didn't have the capacity to wage war against colonial power at that time, but King Menelik, together with the other leaders, was able to bring and buy weapons, artillery from Europeans as well, for example. You know, he was very wise that he had a good friendship and cooperation with European countries as well, and he was able to get a great deal of weapon from Europeans, and you know, he coordinated, organized the people of Ethiopia. You know, that time Ethiopians were able to organize close to 100,000 soldiers, and Italians were, you know, not able to do so. In fact, Italian soldiers were not more than 15,000, and you know, Ethiopian forces overwhelmed them, and Ethiopians were able to defeat Italian aggressors. And the wise leadership of Menelik should also be recognized when we are talking about the victory of Adwa. And what was your question? Because we have spoken a lot.
Yeah, okay, we'll be back to it
later. We will be back to it.
We'll return to it later.
Sure.
I think we better take a brief break.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, viewers, we would like to take a brief break and be back to you ASAP. Stay with us. Stay tuned.
The victory of Adwa, a legacy of freedom for the whole Africa.
History remembers moments, but sometimes a moment remembers of people. I speak of the hour when Africa was bowed and bowed, and they have literally watched hope slip through their fingers. Then rose the mountains of Adwa, towering, silent, and eternal. From those heights came the warriors of Ethiopia, united and unwavering. Their unity was a wall that no empire could possibly break. With these flags in their hands and the fire of freedom burning in their souls, the most impossible thing became a reality. Adwa became more than just a battle. It became the sunrise for all those who have lost hope. A spark ignited courage, giving voice to dreams long silenced, echoing movements for dignity, justice, and self-determination. So we honored those who stood, fought, and fell. Those heroes in which their courage saved the entire Africa. Because at Adwa, they merely fought for land, but to restore hope, reclaim identity, and to declare that Africa, unbound, unbroken, and could still stand still. And with that, generations have inherited their history, a light that will never be out, and a fire that will never be extinguished.
The victory of Adwa, a legacy of freedom for the whole Africa.
If you don't tell your story, it will be told by others. They'll talk of hunger, they'll talk of war, they'll talk of conflict, but they'll not say the things that are happening in Africa that are positive.
This is POA, a very new media organization in Ethiopia.
We have to be voice for ourselves. There is no one else that can tell our story better than us.
If it's defending African matters, then go for it. Go for Pulse Media.
And this is the Pulse of Africa. Tune in, follow the journey, and learn about the news and what's shaping our African continent.
I am really impressed by the work that they are doing by telling the African story from Africa for Africans. I think it's definitely needed.
Please subscribe to the Pulse of Africa on all platforms.
History remembers moments, but sometimes a moment remembers of people. I speak of the hour when Africa was bowed and bowed, and they have literally watched hope slip through their fingers. Then those the mountains of Adwa, towering, silent, and eternal. From those heights came the warriors of Ethiopia, united and unwavering. Their unity was a wall that no empire could possibly break. With these flags in their hands and the fire of freedom burning in their souls, the most impossible thing became a reality. Adwa became more than just a battle. It became the sunrise for all those who have lost hope. A spark ignited courage, giving voice to dreams long silenced, echoing movements for dignity, justice, and self-determination. So we honored those who stood, fought, and fell. Those heroes in which their courage saved the entire Africa. Because at Adwa, they merely fought for land, but to restore hope, reclaim identity, and to declare that Africa, unbound, unbroken, and could still stand still. And with that, generations have inherited their history, a light that will never be out, and a fire that will never be extinguished.
The victory of Adwa, a legacy of freedom for the whole Africa. The victory of Adwa, a legacy of freedom for the whole Africa.
We're back to you again, viewers. Thank you very much for your watching us. Zelalem, you've told us many things earlier, and let me come to Teddy this time. I just would like you to share our viewers what is the relevance of the Adwa victory to this current generation in various aspects, economically, politically, in any way.
نعم شكرا لك جميتشس. مشاهدينا الكرام، طبعا تستمر التغطية لأحداث أو احتفال الذكرى بعدوى لل130 في العاصمة الإثيوبية أديس أبابا ل 130 بحضور كبار الغادة سواء كان من إثيوبيا أو الغادة الأفارقة. ويعتبر كما ذكرنا سابقا أن النصر عدوى يعتبر يعني أنه ألهم جميع الشعوب الإفريقية قبل الشعوب الإثيوبية. وطبعا يعني معركة عدوى التي وقعت عام 1896 يعني لم تعد يعني تفهم كمجرى عسكري فقط، بل أيضا أصبحت يعني تتحدث بأدوات عصرية وتواكب العصر، وتحولت يعني إلى روح مقاومة إلى العصر الجديد. واليوم تجسد طبعا يعني النصر في بناء اقتصاد رقمي، ويعزز السيادة المعرفية، ويقلل أيضا التخلف الذي يحاول الدول الغربية يعني نشره عن إفريقيا. وطبعا يعني زميلي زلالم كان قد أجرى لقاء مع ريان جونز، واللي هو أيضا يعني بروفيسور في جامعة واشنطن، وأيضا برهان زودة البروفيسور في جامعة أديس أبابا، والذين يعني تحدثوا عن أهمية انتصار عدوى ومكانته ليس فقط بين إثيوبيا بل أيضا في إفريقيا والعالم. وطبعا يعني البروفيسور ريان جونز يعتبر من القلائل الذين يعني تحدثوا وذكروا أهمية انتصار عدوى، لأننا كما نعلم يعني هنالك يعني تهميش وعدم إظهار النضالات والانتصارات والنجاحات الإفريقية من قبل الدول الغربية. لكن يعتبر البروفيسور ريان جونز من البروفيسورات والكتاب الذين أظهروا يعني أهمية انتصار عدوى لدى الإثيوبيين ولدى الأفارقة، وأيضا كيف غير المنظور الأوروبي تجاه إفريقيا، وغير أيضا المنظور الإفريقي تجاه أوروبا، حيث أن كما ذكرنا سابقا أنه لم يكن في تلك الحقبة الصعبة التي كانت تخضع فيها معظم الدول الإفريقية بعد يعني مؤتمر برلين للاضطهادات والاستعمار والاحتلال ويعني أعمال التنكيل والتعذيب، يعني كانت حقبة صعبة جدا في تلك الفترة، ولم يكن يستطيع الإنسان الأسود أن يضع رأسه برأس مع الإنسان يعني الأبيض. ولكن بفضل انتصار عدوى وبفضل التاريخ الذي ذكر وكتب ويتم الاحتفال به من سنة إلى سنة، وصلنا إلى 130 ويتحدثون عنه يعني الكتاب الإثيوبيين والأفارقة والدوليين أيضا كالبروفيسور ريان جونز، يعني يظهر لنا مدى أهمية يعني وقوة انتصار عدوى لدى الإثيوبيين ولدى الأفارقة ولدى المجتمع الدولي. تفضل يا مجلس.
Thank you, Tedros. Well, Zelalem, let me take you back to Mayor Adanich Abebe's speech. Well, this generation is supposed to be learning or drawing lessons from the generation of Adwa, fighting the incoming enemy, the invader. What do you think are invaders these days? For example, in terms of poverty, in terms of lack of knowledge, in terms of grappling with catching up with the current development and changes in the world. If we lag behind, what will happen? How are we? To what level do you think we're exposed to invasion that's coming from the outside world, especially from the developed world to Africa?
Yeah, that's an important question, I would say, Gamets. Today there is a threat of colonialism, but in another form, in the form of neocolonialism. Yes. We are in the time of neocolonialism.
Exactly, that's my point.
Sure. Yeah. Where developed worlds, civilized worlds are donating money.
Advanced world.
The advanced world are donating and providing money and funds for African countries, and they want to control Africans through the money that they are offering. So we need to keep our sovereignty and independence by becoming prosperous nation, by becoming economically independent. Of course, that is at the heart of Her Excellency Mayor Adanich Abebe's speech. She said that we need to repeat the victory of Adwa in development, in many aspects, in democracy, for example. She said, for example, this day, there are differences in terms of political ideology, but we need to manage that differences in a civilized fashion, in a democratic way, so that the strengthness of our country will never be compromised. So we need to keep our strengths. For example, we need to repeat that victory in democracy. Earlier on, I have been explaining about the significance and the necessity of strengthening democracy in Ethiopia. We Ethiopians need to create a country where different voices are heard, where diversity is upheld. I mean, where diversity is nurtured in this country. Diversity of ideas, diversity of philosophies, diversity of political philosophies and ideologies. For example, a few months ago, His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, in his address to the Parliament, he promised to make the current election better than the previous one. Of course, Ethiopia is also making a significant development and improvement in terms of election, which is one pillar of democracy. For example, the 2021 election was better than the previous 5 elections, and His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed promised that the 7th general election, the 2026 Ethiopian election, which is underway, will be more democratic and fair and peaceful than the previous election. So Ethiopians need to be living in election, Ethiopians need to be living democracy, need to sacrifice for democracy. The sacrifice this time is not to shed your blood. The sacrifice this time is to compromise your interest for the sake of the united Ethiopia, for the sake of a strong Ethiopia. There are differences, you know, but differences need to be managed in a democratic and civilized fashion, Gamets.
Yeah, thank you, Zelalem. I think we have a live coverage of the celebration right from Adwa Victory Memorial Museum. So we just go to that. Viewers, let's take you to Adwa Victory Memorial Museum. We have our reporter there to give us what's happening there.
Continues to surface in speeches and reflections here. Access to the Red Sea. The victory of Adwa was never just about territory, it was about sovereignty, about the right of a nation to decide its own destiny. At the time, colonial powers were racing not only for land, but for trade routes, ports, and strategic waters. Control of access meant control of power. And today, 130 years later, Ethiopia once again finds itself in a conversation about access, this time to the Red Sea. Speakers here have drawn a clear line between past and present. Adwa symbolized Ethiopia's refusal to be landlocked politically, even if geography would later make it so physically. The victory at Adwa protected independence. But independence in modern world is also economic. It is strategic. It is maritime. Access to the Red Sea is not a favor. It is not a luxury. It is not a request born out of weakness. It is a right rooted in history, geography, economics, and dignity. Access to the Red Sea is not simply about water. It is about trade, security, growth, and regional balance. It is about ensuring that a nation of over 100 million people can fully participate in global commerce. And yet, the message echoed here today is not one of aggression, but of dignity. Adwa reminds Ethiopians that strength lies in unity, that negotiation carries more weight when backed by history, that sovereignty is preserved not only on the battlefield, but at the diplomatic table. The mountains of Adwa once answered the question of political independence. Now, 130 years later, Ethiopia is navigating a new chapter, one that is defined not by colonial invasion, but by economic aspiration and regional dialogue. The spirit, however, remains the same. A nation determined to stand tall, a nation conscious of its history, a nation aware that access, whether to freedom or to the sea, has always shaped its destiny. The spirit here today at the celebration is just incredible. The celebrations have been amazing with music, dance, and even an AI-generated short film on Adwa. The celebrations will continue with more curated cultural performances, theatrical reenactments, and a ceremonial march by members of the armed forces honoring the legacy of Adwa. Reporting live at the 130th anniversary commemoration of Adwa, I am Tinsaya Gabeau. Stay with Pulse of Africa to watch the live broadcast of these celebrations. Back to you in the studio.
Welcome to the Pulse of Africa, your gateway to Africa's vibrant stories, voices and visions. Join us every Monday and Wednesday for POA in Depth, where we provide sharp analysis of pressing current affairs, keeping you informed and engaged. Tuesdays feature the Africa We Want, dedicated to the African Union's Agenda 2063, discover Africa's journey toward a prosperous and integrated future. On Thursdays, tune into El Dorado, highlighting Africa's rich natural resources and how they can drive true prosperity. Fridays bring you Roundup, where seasoned journalists discuss enduring issues shaping our continent's destiny. Saturdays showcase the editorial, offering Pulse of Africa's perspective on Africa's challenges and opportunities, and celebrate the notables, recognizing remarkable Africans making a difference. And don't forget Sundays are for Africa Melody, honoring our culture, music and entertainment. So tune into the Pulse of Africa and experience the vitality of our continent every day of the week. Subscribe now.
History remembers moments, but sometimes a moment remembers of people. I speak of the hour when Africa was bowed and bowed, and they have literally watched hope slip through their fingers. Then those the mountains of Adwa, towering, silent, and eternal. From those heights came the warriors of Ethiopia, united and unwavering. Their unity was a wall that no empire could possibly break. With these flags in their hands and the fire of freedom burning in their souls, the most impossible thing became a reality. Adwa became more than just a battle. It became the sunrise for all those who have lost hope. A spark ignited courage, giving voice to dreams long silenced, echoing movements for dignity, justice, and self-determination. So we honored those who stood, fought, and fell. Those heroes in which their courage saved the entire Africa. Because at Adwa, they merely fought for land, but to restore hope, reclaim identity, and to declare that Africa, unbound, unbroken, and could still stand still. And with that, generations have inherited their history, a light that will never be out, and a fire that will never be extinguished.
نعم، ما زلنا في تغطيتنا المباشرة من متحف عدوا التذكاري في العاصمة الإثيوبية أديس أبابا، وبالتحديد في حي بياسا، لنحيي 130 ذكرى معركة عدوا، حيث شهد الحفل حضور عدد من المسؤولين العسكريين والحكوميين إلى جانب سفراء وجنرالات ووزراء الدفاع من دول الأفارقة. ووضع رئيس جمهورية إثيوبيا تاي أسكسلاسي أكاليل الزهور على نصب شهداء معركة عدوا خلال الاحتفال بالذكرى 130 للمعركة التاريخية. وأيضا كما شارك في وضع الأكاليل كل من نائبة رئيس مفوضية الاتحاد الإفريقي سلمى حدادي، ورئيس مجلس النواب الشعبي الإثيوبي تاجس جافو، ورئيس الأركان القوات المسلحة المشير برهانو جولا، ووزيرة الدفاع عائشة محمد، وعمدة أديس أبابا أدانيتش أبيبي، إلى جانب عدد من القيادات الأمنية وكبار المهاربين القدامى. ويحتفل بهذه المناسبة في العاصمة الإثيوبية عند نصب عدوا التذكاري تحت شعار من تاريخ فاخر إلى آفاق مشرق. وكمان أكدت عمدة مدينة أديس أبابا أدانيتش أبيبي أن عدوا فهي مدرسة عظيمة للوطنية، مشيرة إلى أن هذه المدرسة الحية تمنح الأجيال دروسا في التضحية والوحدة. وقالت أيضا وزيرة الدفاع عائشة محمد إن انتصار عدوا يمثل إنجازا تاريخيا يتجاوز حدود الدولة، حيث هزمت قوات الشعب الموحدة قوات غازية مجهزة. اليوم مع احتفال إثيوبيا بالذكرى 130 لانتصار معركة عدوا، حيث يبرز موضوع أهم وهو موضوع الوصول إلى البحر الأحمر كحق تاريخي وجغرافي واقتصادي وليس امتيازا. فالانتصار لم يكن فقط على الأراضي بل كان حماية للسيادة والاستقلال، مع التأكيد على أن القوة تكمن في الوحدة والتاريخ، وأن الوصول إلى البحر يضمن الأمن والنمو والمشاركة الاقتصادية لأكثر من 130 مليون نسمة إثيوبيا. إذن بالإجمال انتصار معركة عدوا أصبح مصدر إلهام لحركة التحرر الإفريقية وحركة النهضة الإفريقية في الشتات. رأى كثير من الأفارقة والصود حول العالم في عدوا دليلا عمليا على إمكانية مقاومة الهيمنة الأوروبية. كنت معكم أنا محمد سعيد من قناة POI عربي نبض إفريقيا لمتابعة أبرز فعاليات الاحتفال مباشرة من العاصمة الإثيوبية أديس أبابا.
History remembers moments, but sometimes a moment remembers of people. I speak of the hour when Africa was bowed and bowed, and they have literally watched hope slip through their fingers. Then those the mountains of Adwa, towering, silent, and eternal. From those heights came the warriors of Ethiopia, united and unwavering. Their unity was a wall that no empire could possibly break. With these flags in their hands and the fire of freedom burning in their souls, the most impossible thing became a reality. Adwa became more than just a battle. It became the sunrise for all those who have lost hope. A spark ignited courage, giving voice to dreams long silenced, echoing movements for dignity, justice, and self-determination. So we honored those who stood, fought, and fell. Those heroes in which their courage saved the entire Africa. Because at Adwa, they merely fought for land, but to restore hope, reclaim identity, and to declare that Africa, unbound, unbroken, and could still stand still. And with that, generations have inherited their history, a light that will never be out, and a fire that will never be extinguished.
The victory of Adwa, a legacy of freedom for the whole Africa.
If you don't tell your story, it will be told by others. They'll talk of hunger, they'll talk of war, they'll talk of conflict, but they'll not say the things that are happening in Africa that are positive.
This is POA, a very new media organization in Ethiopia.
We have to be voice for ourselves. There is no one else that can tell our story better than us.
If it's defending African matters, then go for it. Go for Pulse Media.
This is the Pulse of Africa. Tune in, follow the journey, and learn about the news and what's shaping our African continent.
I am really impressed by the work that they are doing by telling the African story from Africa for Africans. I think it's definitely needed.
Please subscribe to the Pulse of Africa on all platforms.
Back to you, viewers. Well, Zelalem and Teodros, our reporters have brought us messages of high-ranking government officials who gave speeches there at the museum. Well, Zelalem, many important points have been included in the report, and I would like the both of you to make some kind of reflections.
Yeah, we have been following through the reports of our reporters, Tinsai Gabayo from English department and Mohammed Said from Arabic department, and they were delivering that live report from Adwa Victory Memorial Museum, museum dedicated to honor Adwa Victory. And there at Adwa Victory Memorial Museum, the 130th anniversary of the victory of Adwa is being celebrated, and as I said, high-ranking government officials were presented and they also delivered a speech. As we understood from the reports of our reporters from Adwa Victory Memorial Museum, the main message, the major idea entertained and emphasized during the anniversary celebration is the issue of sea access. The issue of sea access. Ethiopia with a population of 130 million and above, with a rapidly growing economy, has not access to the sea, has not secured access to the sea. And this is deeply worrisome, isn't it? There is no country in this planet, there is no country in the world that has huge population like Ethiopia and doesn't have access to the sea. What does that mean? There is no country in the world with a population of 130 million and with fast-growing economy and doesn't have access to the sea. This is a bit puzzling and deeply worrisome for Ethiopians. And this should be the question of the day. And this should be the task of the day. And this should be the assignment that should be brought to the generations of today. And Ethiopians need to secure sea access. As our reporters here from Adwa Victory Memorial Museum reported, the issue of sea access for Ethiopia today is not the question of luxury. It's not luxury. It is a necessity. You have such a huge population and you have fast economic growth. Ethiopia is among the fastest growing economy in the world, not only in Ethiopia, in the world. Ethiopia is the largest populous country, the second largest populous country in Africa, but without any access to the sea. And the majority of Ethiopia's import and export trade is very much relied on the port of Djibouti. More than 90% of Ethiopian trade, export and import trade is sailed through the port of Djibouti, and Ethiopia needs to diversify its sea access. This is the question of survival, I would say, the question of survival. It's very much the question of necessity. It's not luxury. The government of Ethiopia, together its people, is making significant effort. The government is putting lots of effort on the issue of sea access. And in fact, the government is moving in peaceful and diplomatic manner to secure sea access. But I think this issue needs to be understood by its neighbors. The point is 130 years ago, Ethiopians fought against Italian aggressors, external colonizers, to secure their sovereignty. During that time, sovereignty was very much restricted to the land. If you secure the land of Ethiopia, that means Ethiopia has been secured. The sovereignty of Ethiopia has been maintained. But this day, the sovereignty, the definition of sovereignty has been expanded. Ethiopia needs to access sea so that it can permanently secure sea access. There are various ways by which Ethiopia could secure sea access. For example, Ethiopia's neighbors, such as Somalia, for example, such as Kenya, for example, and other neighbors of Ethiopia could offer and grant access to the sea. And Ethiopia needs to be understood by its neighbors. And Ethiopia is paying lots of effort on it. And I think it should be, critically understood by its neighbors. It's unbearable. It could never be sustainable. So the sustainable, the permanent way for Ethiopia to survive and to sustain its economic growth is to secure sea access. And it is very much in line with the African Union Agenda 2063. Agenda 2063, envisages to see a prosperous, integrated and peaceful Africa. To realize that dream, countries like Ethiopia, with a huge population, need to sustain economic growth, need to make their economic growth consistent. And for that to happen, they need to have access to the sea. And this should be understood by its neighbors, by international organizations, and by the international community as well.
Thank you, Zelalem. You've told us a lot of things. And these are really so important. Theodros, I want to give you the chance.
شكرا. مشاهدينا الكرام، كما تابعنا منذ قليل من خلال موفد قناة نبض إفريقيا محمد سعيد الذي أشار عن حضور عدة وفود من الدول الإفريقية وإثيوبيا أيضا، ومن أبرزهم طبعا رئيس إثيوبيا تاي أسقاسلاسي وعمدة أديس أبابا أدانج أبيبي وعدة وفود أخرى. وطبعا كانت هنالك مراسم وضع أكاليل الزهور، وكان من ضمن الذين وضعوا طبعا هو رئيس إثيوبيا تاي أسقاسلاسي، وأيضا نائبة رئيس مفوضية الاتحاد الأفريقي سلمى مالكي. وأيضا تطرق لنا مراسلنا محمد سعيد إلى قضية مهمة تطرقوا لها في باحتفال بذكرى عدوى 130، وهي طبعا قضية الوصول إلى منفذ بحري، وهي طبعا قضية ملحة وهامة جدا. أشاروا لها الحكومة الإثيوبية والسلطة الإثيوبية أشارت لها في عدة محافل وعدة مناسبات، كون أن الوصول إلى البحر شيء ملح وضروري جدا للنمو الاقتصادي لإثيوبيا، لأن إثيوبيا طبعا تعتبر من الدول الحبيسة أو أول دولة حبيسة يمكن أن نقول بتعداد سكانها اللي يصل إلى 130 مليون نسمة، وهذا تعداد سكاني أظنه لا يوجد في العالم حتى. لذلك إثيوبيا ترى الوصول إلى المنفذ البحري مسألة ملحة وحيوية جدا، وطبعا هذا كله في إطار الطرق السلمية وليست بالأمور التصعيدية وما إلى آخره من الشبهات التي يحدثونها على إثيوبيا وعلى طبعا من المنظور الإثيوبي. ترى والمجتمع الدولي أيضا يروا أن على المجتمع الدول الجيران لإثيوبيا أن يتفهموا المطالب الإثيوبية السلمية للوصول إلى البحر والحصول على منفذ بحري من أجل خلق تكامل اقتصادي. وأظن أيضا أن هذا هو ضمن الأولويات أجندة 2063 من الاتحاد الإفريقي، وعلى دول الجوار أن تتفهم ذلك من أجل خلق فرص تكامل اقتصادي بين كل الدول. كما ذكرت سابقا إثيوبيا لديها واحد من أكبر وأهم الإنجازات التي تعتبر ثاني بعد نصر عدوا، وهو صد النهضة، والكل ينتفع منه، كل دول الجوار تنتفع منه حتى أقصى الشمال. فلماذا أيضا كما ينتفع دول الجوار من ينابيع النيل التي تنبع من إثيوبيا، لماذا أيضا إثيوبيا لا تستفيد أيضا من الحصول على منفذ البحري سلمي لأغراض اقتصادية وتنموية تفيد جميع الأفارقة؟ وهذا طبعا ذكره مراسلنا محمد سعيد اللي تطرقوا له في الاحتفال. وطبعا ذكر لنا أيضا أن الاحتفال تخللته رقصات وأغاني وأيضا فيديوهات ومسرحيات كانت عبر الذكاء الاصطناعي. وهنا نرى وننظر نمو واقتصاد وتقدم إثيوبيا في التنمية الرقمية، حيث أنها أصبحت الذكاء الاصطناعي أيضا يشارك في الاحتفالات وفي المناسبات، ويتم من خلاله إظهار مدى قوة ومدى هيمنة ومدى انتصار إثيوبيا على الدول الغربية ومدى السيادة الوطنية التي تحتفظ بها إثيوبيا إلى يومنا هذا. تفضل زميلي جميتس.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Really, we raised very important points, and I do hope that our viewers have got important points. Well, the 130th anniversary of the victory of Adwa has been celebrated since this morning, since dawn, and of course that began with artillery firing, and of course high-ranking government officials were situated at the museum, at the Adwa Victory Memorial Museum, and they performed wreath-laying ceremony and they attended it, and they made speeches, and we had also armed forces parade, yeah, and we also had Friends of Ethiopia representatives who attended the celebration, and so far we can see that this Adwa Victory Day is being celebrated in a very colorful manner, and thanks to our reporters, they have been bringing to us and to our viewers the events of the celebration. And of course, POA English and Arabic will continue to bring the celebrations events to our distinguished viewers in the remaining day. And I hope that important points have been mentioned. But before I wrap up, I just would like to focus on the last points that both of you have raised, which is what Ethiopia wants is, of course, to grow, to develop, and to be a winner at this time. And Ethiopia learns a lot from the Adwa Victory Days, and it wants to repeat, those good victories, okay, to current endeavors as well, economic, political, social. And for this, our leaders have stressed that we need sea access, fair sea access. They said fair sea access. Well, when we talk about sea access, countries, nations, as far away as thousands of miles away from the Red Sea, have got, their ship, have got their military, but Ethiopia only a few kilometers away from the Red Sea has been abandoned to have access to it for quite too long, and as a result the country has suffered, and Ethiopian leaders have been insisting, and they are still insisting, that this has to stop and Ethiopia needs to have the fair share of the Red Sea. And well, the aim is to ensure that it develops and it attains the kind of prosperity it aspires. And this is, human right, isn't it?
Exactly.
And we are not celebrating the victory of Adwa because we are warmongers, we are peaceful people. But as far as, invaders come, colonialists come and then want to take us, to take what is ours, we defend our sovereignty, we defend our rights. Yeah?
No doubt.
Yeah, so thank you, the both of you. Viewers, we would like to say thank you very much for watching us, and we invite you to watch us in the remaining programs of POA English and Arabic. We would like to say thank you again and stay tuned. Goodbye for now.
History remembers moments, but sometimes a moment remembers of people. I speak of the hour when Africa was bowed and bowed, and they have literally watched hope slip through their fingers. Then those the mountains of Adwa, towering, silenced, and eternal. From those heights came the warriors of Ethiopia, united and unwavering. Their unity was a wall that no empire could possibly break. With these flags in their hands and the fire of freedom burning in their souls, the most impossible thing became a reality. Adwa became more than just a battle. It became the sunrise for all those who have lost hope. A spark ignited courage, giving voice to dreams long silenced, echoing movements for dignity, justice, and self-determination. So we honored those who stood, fought, and fell. Those heroes in which their courage saved the entire Africa. Because at Adwa, they merely fought for land, but to restore hope, reclaim identity, and to declare that Africa, unbound, unbroken, and could still stand still. And with that, generations have inherited their history, a light that will never be out, and a fire that will never be extinguished.
Adwa, a legacy of freedom for the whole Africa.
If you don't tell your story, it will be told by others. They'll talk of hunger, they'll talk of war, they'll talk of conflict, but they'll not say the things that are happening in Africa that are positive.
This is POA, a very new media organization in Ethiopia.
We have to be voice for ourselves. There is no one else that can tell our story better than us.
If it's defending African matters, then go for it. Go for Pulse Media.
And this is the Pulse of Africa. Tune in, follow the journey, and learn about the news and what's shaping our African continent.
I am really impressed by the work that they are doing by telling the African story from Africa for Africans. I think it's definitely needed.
Please subscribe to the Pulse of Africa on all platforms.
Happy 130th anniversary of the victory of Adwa to you all. The victory of Adwa is a testament to the unwavering resolve and the immense capability of Ethiopians. Ethiopians hold an unchangeable stance when it comes to their national interests, freedom and sovereignty. To anchor this resolve upon a firm foundation, they dedicate every ounce of their potential. Regimes and leaders may change, they may hold differing views on various issues. However, their stance on their country and the sacrifices they make for it remain constant. The heroes who marched to Adwa were not in total agreement on everything. They shared a single purpose, but they were not identical. They shared one motherland, but they came from diverse cultures and faiths. Even then, there were traitors or bandits who betrayed their country to align with the enemy. There were mercenaries who bartered the long-term interests of their nation for temporary gain. There were brokers who sided with strangers to negotiate away the lives of their own people. Our heroic fathers and mothers did not fight only against the invading Italian army. They fought against mercenaries, traitors and national sellouts alike. True patriotism means triumphing over both the foreign foe and the internal traitor. Patriotism means conquering personal interest for the sake of the national good. Patriotism means sacrificing one's own honor for the honor of the nation. The celebration of the victory of Adwa is a time to remember all of these. Just as Adwa revealed the resolve and capability of Ethiopians, today is a time for us to demonstrate Ethiopia's holistic potential through firm commitment. We must manifest our national potential in agriculture, industry, tourism, mining and the digital sphere. To repeat the victory of Adwa in every sector, Ethiopia's capability must rest on a solid foundation. A nation is elevated by its capability. It is capability that builds it. Capability shapes a nation, while conviction makes it firm. Capacity moves a nation forward. Conviction carries it across to the other side. I hope that our celebration of the victory of Adwa will be an occasion through which we further strengthen Ethiopia's capacity and more firmly consolidate the resolve of Ethiopians. May Ethiopia live forever, proud and respected through the efforts of her children. May the Creator bless Ethiopia and her people. May 1, 2026.
The victory of Adwa, a legacy of freedom for the whole Africa.
Let us all unite and join together to give the best we have to Africa, the cradle of mankind and fount of culture, our pride and hope at the break of dawn. All sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sky. Let us make Africa the tree of life.